So do your part and tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Do your part and tap the screen. I should really start setting liking goals. So as of right now, before I bring up the first guest, we gotta be at 20,000 likes. Amel subscribed. Oh man, I need to keep up with the subscribers, man. Thank you to everyone who's subscribed so far. I'm gonna actually like invest some time to do something only for the subscribers.
If
Bamboozle that like button, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't see 20,000 likes, don't take a break. Unless you're just selfish, you're here to enjoy Bakanga's presence, but you cannot even do Bakanga. I've not asked you for money. I don't ask for money. All you have to do is tap the screen and let the algorithm know. Every time you tell someone that you love them is because you're not sure if you really love them. Every time you tell someone that you love them, you are trying to convince yourself that you love them because you know that you really don't. That's not to say human beings cannot live a stable, fruitful, productive life in a world where there is no love. But all I'm telling you that what they have taught you that love is as much a scam as believing in God. If you learn it, you will raise your kids right. When we talk about being emotional, y'all, what emotion is in the middle of all those emotions? What is the one emotion that is literally a sickness that is in the middle of all those emotions? That so-called emotion that they call love, right? But yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that what you're actually experiencing is not love. It's something else. They've just made you call it love, but it's not love. That affection that you feel towards a specific person or something is not love. Love is a scam. Love is not practical. Love is an imaginary concept that is purely imaginary. You cannot put that to practice. If you attempt to put love to practice, it always ends in failure. There are many other human virtues. It doesn't matter how you define love. You cannot put it to practice. Love is not a force. If you think that love is a force, you are exactly what I'm saying. Love is a force. There's really people out here believing that love is a force. Why do you have to define love as a force if you know what love is? Ask yourself, y'all. Let's be honest, okay? Let's be fair. Why do you got to make up a definition for a word if you already know what it is? Love is a force, the strongest force on earth. Hi. So love is stronger than water. Hey, I didn't know that. Love is stronger than fire. Hey. So all those 50,000 people who died in that earthquake in Syria, they didn't have love to come and save them from that powerful earthquake. A force. Educate yourself, please.
Hello, bro.
What's up, man? What you got?
Yeah, I'm in the same part with what you're saying, but I want you to explain this thing to me. It makes me buzz a lot. You said you don't believe in God. So where were we created from? I want you to explain it to me.
Why should I explain that to you?
Since
Why should I waste my time explaining to you where I was created from? Bro, give me one good reason and I'll do it.
why wouldn't you like to know where you're from?
I know where I'm from. My father and my mother produced me. Why do I need to know anything more than that? What is it gonna change in my life? So I'm gonna get up in the morning one day and my ding dong is gonna be bigger because I now know where I was created. Am I gonna get up one day and then now I'll be 20 foot tall? Am I gonna get up one day now and I'm gonna be rich like Elon Musk? Huh? Bro, why are you worried about those type of things, bro? Honestly. So if I told you that you were made from a giant crocodile, you'd be happy? Why are you asking me that type of question, bro? You understand that asking question is a skill, my good brother. You cannot ask me where were we created when you know exactly how human beings come into the world. Your father and your mother did the holy dance under the blanket. That's how you came into the world. My father and my mother did the holy dance under the plantain tree. That's how I came into the world. Somebody else's father and mother is doing a holy dance in a mansion. In fact, tonight, there's many holy dances happening tonight. It's Valentine's Day. So 9 months from now, many children will be born. Is it a mystery? Why do you guys like to make it seem like it's a mystery, my dear friend? It is not a mystery. How human beings come into the world is not a mystery. Whatever else your head is imagining, try to separate it from the reality of the world that we live in right now. We know how people come into being. You have a family member whom you know that was not even able to produce babies, but they grew up. Then they met someone. Then they married that person. And then they did it. And then a baby that no one could have ever imagined was born. With the father's head and the mother's nose. And the grandfather's ears. And the great-grandmother's big toe. Very random body parts. You look like your father. But the back of your head looks like your father's brother. It makes your father have doubt sometimes. Bro, what are you asking me?
Well, I guess you don't understand me probably. So I'm not going to
I have
continue.
doubt that you understand yourself. You cannot ask me where were we created. For you to ask me where were we created, you have to assume that we were created. And then you have to assume that we don't know how babies come into the world. Those are the two assumptions. But if you already know how babies come into the world, you cannot ask me where were we created. That's a little strange question. There is nobody in this world today that was created. Everyone in this world was born.
So I want to ask a question. If my mother and my dad did whatever, and they gave birth to me, they were the first human being on earth. Who created them?
There's no such thing as the first human being on earth. That is the imagination of an uneducated, foolish person. But you're not uneducated and you're not foolish. So I'm going to spare you that burden, okay? Don't burden yourself with foolishness, my good brother. There's no such thing. You have to make that up in your head. Like you have to get up and then just start thinking in your head and say, who's the first? Brother, the first person on earth, was he a Chinese or was he a black man? And you people want to play that game, right? Before you start asking me who made the first human being on earth, I'm going to ask you, was it a Chinese man or was it a white man or was it a black man? Because I've never seen two Chinese people give birth to a black man. So who was here first? And then tell me where the Chinese came from. Because your Bible doesn't say your God made Chinese and made white. Why do you people like to confuse yourself?
All right, thank you. I think my question has been answered, and thank you very much. It was just giving me.
My brother, you should not burden yourself. Listen, if your children are thirsty and you spend your time looking for food, you will never solve the problem. If somebody needs water and you are giving them bread, what are you doing? If somebody needs bread and you're giving them water, what are you doing? Huh? Think about it, bro. Asking questions, okay? Asking questions about the past. You need to be well educated about the present first. If you don't have a complete understanding of what is already happening in the present moment, don't ask questions about the past. You just confuse yourself. Before you have to ask who the first human being was, you first have to know what a human being is. You have to know why they are. You have to know what different type of human beings there are, and how come there's this many human beings in the world right here, right now. Before you ask the question, who was the first human being? Because once you study our world, bro, you will not ask the question, what was the first human being? You're going to say, who was the first black person? Who was the first white person? Who was the first Chinese person? That is the normal question that you first ask. Once you find the answer to all of that, then you ask, who then came first? Was it the first black person or was it the first white person? That is called troubleshooting. It's a problem-solving skill. If you just get up one day in the morning and something scratched the back of your head and you start saying, who created us? Bro, you will be lost. You'll be lost. It's because you're already assuming that somebody had to have created us. No. We fell off the sky. We just fell off. There was a stone that was flying through space. Human being just fell off. Or if you don't like that one, I'll tell you the one of the giant crocodiles. There's 2 giant crocodiles in space. They were doing the unholy dance and a human being was produced.
Okay, thank you very much. And this last question before I get off, is spirituality, is it real?
No. Spirituality is the... Okay, let me put it this way. Every time you hear people say spiritual, what they are referring to is mental health. So your spiritual health is your mental health. You can go to school and learn about mental sciences. People who have mental issues are people who are spiritually unhealthy. Because a human being has to be sound of mind. Even if your body is good, your brain is very important for you to be healthy. So yes, spirituality in terms of what religious people say it is, that doesn't exist. Spirituality in practicality is just mental health. But we don't use the word spirituality anymore because English has changed. So the word now is mental health. It's almost like the word G-A-Y. G-A-Y used to mean happy, but today it means LGBT. So the word spirituality has changed. Using the word spirituality in the old sense is like someone who's using the word G-A-Y in the old sense. G-A-Y doesn't mean happy anymore. The English language has changed.
Okay.
So spirituality, the word is now mentality. That's why when you read the Bible, you will never find the word mentality spread out. Like you will never find the word mental. Literally, you will never find the literal word. But 10 years from now, when they write new Bibles, you will see that word in there. So your mental health is your spiritual health. You need to be mentally sound. Don't do drugs.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Start believing in God. Your belief in God is making you depressed and you have no one to share it with. This is your opportunity. If you want to talk about the difficulties you are facing in believing your God, send your request, come up here, and Bakanga would Bakangalize your mind. Many of you are caught in a trap in your religion. You have been asking questions, and those religious leaders have been tormenting you by telling you that something is wrong with you for asking questions that are absolutely normal. So now you find yourself having to pretend to be part of that environment. Your family, everybody, if you even say you want to step out, they'll say you're possessed. They have an army of negative words ready to shower you with. So now you feel trapped. But Bakanga, I can Bakangalize your mind. I'll set you free. Love is not a frequency. Damn. So tonight I have heard 2 things so far about love. Somebody said love was a force. Now somebody else says love was a frequency. Love is a frequency? I was literally doing a training today about aircrafts. I was doing a Boeing 787 training here, GenFam, general familiarization, and we're talking about frequencies. Bruh, love is not a frequency. I'm sorry. If that's what you think, you're wrong. We don't even need to argue. You just have to just know you're wrong. If I don't believe it, just know you are wrong. Love is not a frequency. Send your request, ladies and gentlemen, and don't be bombastically handicapped. Today's show, I'm giving you 2 commands. Commandment number 1, stop believing in God. Listen, to those of you who are so in fact, the more indoctrinated you are, the more ecstatic your life becomes when you stop believing in God. it becomes as though you're born again, okay? Once you start seeing the world outside the lens of your religion, you will feel like you've been living in a cave your entire existence. In fact, if you're not careful, you might be very angry at first that you didn't find out sooner that there's no God. The moment the moment you can see the world as it is, you know, it's like an onion. Listen, the world is like an onion. Your religion is the dirty, rotten peeling covering of the onions. You have to peel it off, peel off that dirty peeling so you can see the pure onion. It's rotten already. Remove all that old covering. I know that my words are cutting through some of you right now. Some of you cannot tolerate what I'm saying. In fact, I know exactly how it's doing it. Your intestines are turning right now as we're speaking. Your intestines, I can feel your intestines contracting, oscillating in your stomach. You can say that Jesus is God 1,000,000 times. You're going to have to say it 1,000,001 times because even you don't believe that Jesus is God. Every time a Christian comes and says Jesus is God, it's because they don't believe it. If you believed it, you wouldn't feel the need to say it. If you really believed that Jesus was God, you will not feel the need to say it. You are saying it so you can convince yourself. You are trying to persuade yourself. If you believe in God, you are caught in what I call an infinity chamber. Your brain is caught in the infinity chamber. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, my brother?
It's
Hey
another
man, you be going in on these boys, man.
I'm a man on a mission, brother.
Yeah, you man on the mission. That's all. You gotta stick to it. They were trying to make you budge,
From
but
the ancestors.
yeah, man, you got to. He tried.
I'm not just the
Like
ancestors of black folks, it's the ancestors of all human beings.
all human beings. Yes, exactly, man. I love you, man. I love your mentality, bro. All
Bro,
human beings, not just
it's your mentality.
black
See,
folks. Black is dead in the eyes of the law. You know, we call ourselves black folks, and that's dead, man. That's not giving you no power.
the power is to know that you don't got to do what
Exactly.
you say.
Exactly. Exactly. You are the creator of your own reality.
Unfortunately, bro, check this out. Unfortunately, our parents kind of jack us up while trying to help us out. You know
Yeah,
how
they don't know.
they teach you that
Yeah.
you should listen, you should listen to good advice and you should follow order and you should follow rules, right?
No.
No. Think about society
Oh, you
in
talk about just logically.
people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And your
Yeah.
mama wanted you to listen to her, right?
Yeah.
And there was a
Exactly.
time when she tried to make you to listen to her by force when she couldn't just talk to you, right?
Right.
All
Out of
right,
frustration, just reacting instead of responding.
check this out. That's right.
Yeah.
The right way to raise kids is to not give the kids orders. Is to not give the kids commandments. So check this out, okay? In the ancient times, when someone was the heir to the throne of an empire, nobody told that person what to do, even when they were 5 years old. So even the person that would be taking care of the 5-year-old will have to ask the 5-year-old permission in order to tell the 5-year-old what to do.
Right. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
trick them a little
so you
bit.
didn't want
Yeah.
to accidentally say something that was going to make him cut off your head when he's older. So you treat him with some type of reverence because you know what he's going to be in the future. So you see, we live in a world where our parents or the parents cannot see what kids will be in the future. So they treat their kids like nobody. They teach their
And
kids to
they're too
submit.
busy at work.
They
Yeah.
teach their kids to bow unnecessarily.
Right, and they don't even know what's going on really. They just following the algorithm that AI gives them. The
Want
system gives
your
them.
children not to listen to anybody,
Yeah, man.
even you. So you need, if if you're teaching your children not to listen to anybody, even you, what then should you teach them? Teach them how to think for themselves, and you need to form
Critical
a friendship
thinking.
with them.
Yeah,
Listen, if you have to give your kids order to put your kids in line, you are jacking them up. You are just turning them into domestic humans. Let me tell you something, okay? When the alpha,
facts, bro.
when the wolf, among wolves, when the alpha has a son, it doesn't take long before he lets his son know that you're competition. We're not buddies over here. You're my.
Right.
As soon as you're old enough, I'm gonna test you out. And if I overpower you, you're gonna be back in the line over there with them other wolves right there. Same thing with a young lion. When the young male lion is born, the first thing that the male lion introduces to the young male lion is that, look, if you're gonna have to survive, you're gonna have to become strong enough to keep me out of this pride. If you're not stronger than me, you can't be the man that you're supposed to be.
And you can't protect your own.
Uh,
Exactly. Hey, you going in, bro. You drop jewels, bro. You be speaking over people's heads, man. But people don't critical think anymore, man. They think they want the AI to think for them now. Um,
no, bro, I like that you said that.
bro. And I was gonna ask
Bro,
you a question about that because I
bro,
think God is the AI.
I
Yeah,
really like that you said that, bro.
yeah.
Because I was thinking the thought today, and it was directly related to what you just said. Bro, do you know that in China, they teach their kids in school? They actually just started it 30 years ago. They've been teaching their kids in school that God does not exist.
Yeah, man. It's
They've
all
been teaching their
technology.
kids that AI cannot think for them. That China is training a generation of masters, of people, of human beings who can think better than computers. So that's what China is trying to do. China understands that in the future, human beings are going to be so dependent on machines. Those who are going to rule the world are those who can outthink the machines. So China is literally, by the time the rest of the world realizes what's going on, bro, the Chinese going to be running this shit, bro.
Exactly, bro. And they're already sneaking here to Texas. They're already here in Texas already. I'm in Austin, Texas, bro. I'm right here where all the technology is, like where Elon got a Tesla. We got so many goddamn Tesla, sites and stuff like that. So
The
I work
technology
for
is
Roku.
necessary, but technology,
Yeah,
bro,
yeah,
is like a tool, right? It's like a tool
yeah.
that you don't just give to an unskilled person. So you need to have a level of responsibility. You have to be responsible to a certain level in order to be able to deal with this. So if you're not responsible, then the tool becomes a dangerous weapon. It's like nuclear energy, bro. Bro, you can use nuclear energy to provide electricity. Bro, I'm telling you, you don't understand. A lot of the electricity that we have in the United States is because of nuclear energy, bro. As vast as Africa is, and as vast as Africa is as rich as Africa is, Africa doesn't have nuclear energy, and because of that, it's really hard to get electricity to places. But it's very volatile. You mess with that thing, and everything's going boom, chaka boom, and radiation.
Yeah.
One with three legs, four brains. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
so
Futurama.
that's what
Yeah.
AI is like. That's what AI is like. But AI is not like nuclear weapons. AI, for the first time in human history, is a machine that can think. And thinking is the one advantage that human beings have always had over everything else in this world. Now we don't
Bro,
think anymore. But
exactly.
there's something else that can think.
Exactly, bro. And then they got the AI ambassador for the United Nations that nobody knows about. That AI
Bro,
that's in charge of. Oh my God,
if
bro!
you're a religious person, you are being primed to get
Yeah,
scammed. Like they're gonna use AI, they're gonna use technology to bamboozle you. You guys are gonna be like the folks in Germany because I really think that how the how the hell did this dude manage to get 6 million people like that? If these 6 million people would have seen it coming, they would have been able to defend themselves. So they didn't see it coming, bro. And that's how some of
Nope.
y'all are. Y'all don't want to see this thing coming. This technology
And they
falls.
use it every day.
If this technology falls in the wrong hands, there you go. We'll go back to the old systems of kings and queens and peasants, and the world will still keep moving on. You should
Exactly.
educate yourself. Thank you so much for your time, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Oh
Yeah,
no, no,
yeah, man. Yeah, I wanna.
you wanted to say something. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I want. Yeah, I wanted to say that like the AI is the whole thing. Like it is the we have been invaded by the AI. AI is the alien invasion. It's been here.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to put it that way because I don't think it's an invasion yet.
Well, we're born into it. You know, it's already been here since before we were born. You know what I'm saying?
No, bro, that is a product of our own hands. We made that shit, bro. Like it's not an invasion. Like we know exactly what we're doing. It's just that some of us don't know what. Bro, think about it, man. Somebody else is building guns and making gunpowder, and you're building bows and arrows. Who's gonna win?
Right.
Somebody is thinking in terms of guns and cannons, and you're still thinking in terms of bows and arrows and spears. Who's gonna win? Religious people are still stuck in the past, right? So they're thinking in terms of bows and arrows and spears. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is moving on with cannon and gunpowder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You have a good night, bro.
Y'all. I know some of you might want to chat, but let's stick to topic, okay? What's up, Easy?
Hey,
What you got for me?
I just want to tell you about AI.
What you want to tell me about AI, Easy?
Okay, I'm an artist. I've been an artist forever, and I have touched all kind of texture. When I say texture, I mean wood, paper, everything. So when I learned about AI, I got interested. And then I think AI is just like anything else. If you use something even new, it all depends what you use it, how you use it. If you use it with good intention, it might be just great for you. If you use it, like it's like anything else. It all depends how you use something. You get what I mean?
I'm pretty sure I already knew that, but I thought you were going to say something to me that I didn't know.
And AI, I just learned about AI. I've been doing AI for a while now. At first, I was kind of scared, but when I look back at what I can do with it, I'm amazed about it. And I just wanted to say that it all depends on how somebody is using AI. If you're using it to do the wrong thing to people,
That's literally what I just told the last guest.
yeah, that's what I was gonna. I wasn't there then. Then I gotta go. If you already said it, excuse me.
Are you from
Okay,
Nigeria?
no,
Are you from Nigeria?
no.
You sound like a Nigerian who's trying to sound like an American.
Bye bye.
Hey,
Talk to you
33.
later.
This 33. Just because you guys lost African Nations Cup, don't mean you have to come here and take off your frustration. Oh. Jesus is the King of Kings in your imagination, Miguel. Congratulations. I hope the King of Kings that lives in the back of your head is doing good, my brother. Okay? Nobody is impressed by religious propaganda anymore. So you can quote the Bible 1 million times or say whatever those Christian things, those cliche words. No one is really impressed by those anymore. You understand that, right? It's just poetry. The more you say, the more it has no value. You should say every once in a while, maybe it will have some value. But if you come out every time and say Jesus is God, Jesus is Lord, we've heard it 1 million times. It has no value. It's losing value, bro.
Hey, but Bakanga,
What's up, man?
bro, you said the lady that came, you said she she saw like war. She from Nigeria or so.
Yeah, she sound like she from Nigeria. It sound like she was Native Black American.
Yeah, well, you said it, but bro, you said I can help set you free. Um, so let me ask you this: why is it that it's only in Africa that all these pastors they can prophesy, they can see things, but they never see anything to help build the country? Do you know why? Like, I just don't get it.
Because let me show you something, okay? Realistically, because life is hard in Africa, being a pastor is the most profitable hustle.
I can see that.
If you're looking at it from a broader perspective, as Africans, there's really nothing wrong with these pastors being pimps. They're just making money. As long as they're generating money and our economy is doing good, naturally it should be okay. The problem is that what they are using is causing more damage than good. So they are damaging the minds of people in order to enrich themselves. So that's actually destroying us in the longer run. That's a problem. That's a problem, right? So if they were scamming, but their scam was not the type of scam that destroy people's mentality, then we wouldn't be talking about it. But these preachers are exploiting people's ignorances. Listen, bro, it is a very carefully designed system. They know each other. They know each other. Whenever a new technology comes out in the Western world and is not yet popular in Africa, they know that they have a window of 6 months, 3 months, 1 year that they can use it to generate huge amounts of income. That's why Bushiri was using tablet to say that he can pull up your family members on tablet. Because most people at that time did not have a Facebook account.
No, they didn't.
So he just goes to Facebook, pulls up a random person's picture, and comes to his church and uses the same techniques that he uses all the time. And it's a miracle.
And even right now, I see on this app too, most of these pastors are coming over there scamming
Oh,
people.
yeah. Many
And
of
then,
you who were saying that the internet is the mark of the beast, now they all have online ministries. Listen, I'm telling you, listen, okay? If you want to know that your religion is fake, go and check and see if your pastor is still doing the same thing today that they were doing 20 years ago.
That's
If,
deep.
if your pastor is not doing the same thing that they were doing 20 years ago, everything they have ever said to you is a lie. I remember a time in Africa where women were not even allowed to go to church if they were wearing trousers, where everyone was preaching that it was evil, it was bad. Now, hey, only bum clats.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even the ladies, all these eyelashes, I
Listen,
mean, sometimes
I
it's about
call
to
it,
poke you in the eye.
listen. It's WWA. Worldwide ass.
Bakaga, you funny. He said
If you go to church, I'm
WWA.
telling you, bro, if you go to church now, in African churches, it's worldwide ass.
Pretty
It's just
much.
ass everywhere. Big ass, small nyash,
Pretty much.
thin nyash, angle nyash, square nyash, triangular nyash, octagonal nyash, pentagonal nyash. You know, there's because women don't wear skirts anymore, women covering. And then let's not even talk about the booblies. The booblies, hey!
It's showing everywhere. And I mean, the fact that some of these pastors, like you see some of our grandmothers and they go to the market, they work so hard, every little money they get. And these pastors will be driving in a nice car, living in a nice home. And our grandparents will be out there suffering in the market, working so hard. Like sometimes I just ask myself, where is that God? Excuse me, not to be able to help. I mean, it's just hard. It's so difficult. Where is that God that is not coming to help some of them? But they always keep struggling in Africa. I mean, that's what I don't even get it. Yes, you're right. They do be taking the granny's money all the time. And it's sad too. And those are the grandmothers that are very committed to the church and the pastors and everybody. You know what I mean? They sell their stuff. They every little money they get, they give it to the church. So, Babakanga, I do have a question for you though. So, so if you stop believing in God, what do you have to believe in? I think I'm gonna wait till you get back because can you just live your life without not believing in anything? Dominic, know what? Because I mean, you can't just live life without not believing in anything. Because I feel like as human beings,
If you
Bakanga, I
can live
wanted
your
to,
life without believing in something,
yeah, I wanted to ask you, can you? I mean, how are you gonna live life on this earth without believing in anything? I mean, you can't. I mean, is there something you got to believe in? Because
how do animals live life without believing?
I mean, I guess, I mean, we don't know.
Check
We are
this
not
out,
in
no,
their
no, check
mind.
this out, check this out. Of course we know. Believe, I'm telling you, believe is domestication.
Mm,
It's domestication. You understand? Animals don't deal in uncertainties. The animals don't guess. What they do, what they know they want to do, and they do what they know they can do. Animals don't go and do what they know they cannot do.
that's true.
That's why it takes them a really long time to learn, because they usually get stuck in their ways. So once they have a habit, usually it takes one animal, right? Circumstances, and one animal will discover something, and then the rest will now know that okay, we can do it, it's safe. But animals are very cautious. They don't take chances with belief. No, they're not gonna migrate just because you think they should. Until all the water has dried, as far as the eye can see on this land, they're not migrating. You're not convincing them of a land where there is nothing but milk and honey. You're not persuading them. Meanwhile, there's some other types of animals in this world. They cannot hunt. If you even put them where other people are hunting, they will probably be prey, they will be hunted.
Pretty much, yeah.
Those animals are what we call domestic animals. Listen, bro, among the human species, we are also categorized in those two:
That's true.
humans and wild humans.
That's true.
It's the exact same thing, in the exact same way, nothing more, nothing less. You just need to look at yourself and ask yourself what type of human you are.
So Bakanga, so what you're saying is whatever that happened in your life, just accept that and just pretty much kind of move on with life. Pretty much. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
So you don't have to so you don't have to pray for long life. You don't have to pray for for God to help. I mean, you just live your life.
No. That's only due to a misunderstanding of life. You're assuming that that bad thing that happened to you is not supposed to happen. That for some reason that was an abnormal thing. No. Someone is gonna come to your house, they will take everything that belongs to you and make use of you in the most outrageous, immoral ways. That's just what animals do. Just like a family of gazelle that was just hanging under the tree. And somebody came. Not only did they come and destroy it, but they ate them alive. You think God's gonna punish a lion for going to attack an innocent family of gazelles?
No.
No. That is the nature of the world. So what you need to do is, if you are caught in the moment of weakness, you concede to the fact that you are weak. And if you can live to see another day, then you strengthen yourself.
Okay.
Everything that happens to you is your own fault. You can never blame somebody else for your own problems. Animals, all other living things understand this. That's why they don't complain. Listen, bro, if animals knew how to blame other people for their problems, they would have already waged war against humanity. And we would lose.
That's true.
I'm telling you, all the animals in the jungle would have already waged war against human beings.
So Bakanga, so you don't pray. So you don't pray to anything. You just pretty much just get up, do whatever you have to do, and just live your life as you wish, or whatever the case might. Because I know you've been talking. You used to read the Bible. I know you've read the Bible from the beginning to the end and all of that. So you know the Bible pretty well. So it never even crossed your mind to even pray or even.
No, bro. Let me ask you a question. What is prayer really going to change? To the mind of the wise man, he knows that the poor man doesn't have the courage to face life as it is. So the poor man has to convince himself that there's a higher power at work. But the wise man knows that everything that happens is a product of his own action. So he's going to just calm himself down and think of solutions.
Mm,
I don't need to pray. Prayer is for the weak-minded. It's for hopeless, depressed people. Anybody who prays is depressed.
really?
I'm telling you, bro. Let me ask you a question, right? I made a video and I was asking this question. What kind of normal person goes to the doctor every day and the doctor gives you the same medicine and you go and take the medicine and you have to go back the next day so he can give you more? At what point are you going to realize that the medicine is not working? Especially when your condition is getting worse. When are you going to get cured?
Wow.
You,
I see.
if God is supposed to know what you want before you ask, what's the point of saying it out loud? Logically, if God knows what you want before you ask, you're supposed to ignore God.
Got it. Got it. Yeah, because and I think that is the challenge that I've been having for the past year right now. Because some of us grew up, with going to church every day. Your parents will take you to church and all of that, and you've been, that has been part of your life for a long time. So now you start to kind of question some things in your life, and you ask why God did not step in to do this and all of that. I mean,
It's because God is, bro, let me tell you something. You know that God has never answered a single prayer in your life, because even the prayers that you thought that were answered were not even things that you prayed for. But every single thing that you actually pray for never happened. It really never does. There's no prayer that anyone prays for that happens. If you do happen to pray for something and it happens, it's something that would have already happened anyways.
so God does not answer prayers. That's
No,
what you're saying.
no, no. God does not answer prayer. It's
Yeah.
impossible. Prayers don't get answered. Your prayers can only get answered in one way: if you pray to a human being.
Mm.
If you pray to a human being, your prayers could get answered.
You're right, because I guess what you can say, a human being will be the one to whatever that you need. He's
The
probably
number,
the one that
the
will
number one
give it to you.
prerequisite of prayer is that the person to whom you're praying needs to have the ability to understand your struggles. And then they also need to have the ability to intervene and the willingness to intervene. If you are my neighbor and thieves have come to my house and I call for your help, that's a prayer. If you answer my prayer, you will come forth with your sons and we will defend my land. And then next time I will owe you. When the thieves come to your house or someone kidnap your daughter, you will come and me and my sons, we will go.
We'll go and help you
When,
out.
we're not just going to go and help. We know that we can die. So, but we
Okay.
still go. When you came to save me, you knew you could die. But you came. So only human beings can answer each other's prayers.
Gotcha.
That's why in this world, all worship belongs to your mother and all praise belongs to your father.
Okay.
Praise and worship is something that is a relationship between father and mother. You're not supposed to give it to anything and anyone else, imaginary. If you praise your father for the work he does, then that will encourage him to continue to feed the family. If you worship your mother for the giving you life and nurturing you, you will then in turn know how to pick the right woman, and the right woman will also give you children.
Gotcha.
Which
So all this praise and worship that they do our church, or we do our church and all of that, worshiping God and singing all this, that's just not worth it. You rather do that to your mom or your dad.
that's a style. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
All that credit belongs to your father and your mother. You being in this world can be traced down to one single decision, one singular decision. The day your mother intentionally chose to open her legs, not even that the day before, not the day she got married, no. On that day, she chose to open her legs at that specific time. So that specific sperm that got fertilized was uniquely due to her decision and her timing of her decision.
That's true.
Also due to your father because of how much work he did. We know that men don't last consistently. So whether your father lasted 2 minutes, if your father had lasted 30 minutes that day, your mother would have enjoyed herself, but you would never have been born.
That's true.
So that's why they deserve the praise and the worship. No one else.
But Kanga, but don't you? Doesn't it doesn't it fascinate you how human beings are being created, like with sperm and all of that? Don't you think there's something godly or there's something supernatural about that? Don't you think?
With all due respect, I'm not more impressed with sperm and egg than I'm impressed with the fact that being born in Cameroon, walking to school at some point even without shoes or having the worst terrible shoes, I can sit here right now and I'm talking to you on this thing.
That's true.
That is more impressive than sperm and egg. Listen, the fact that I work on airplanes, bro, there is an airplane that they call the 787, the Boeing 787, bro.
Yeah, both 7 and 7. You're right.
Bro, I was doing this training. We're doing this training, bro. This thing is not like an airplane. This thing's not an airplane, bro. This thing is an air swimmer. I'm telling you, the technology on it is like we step into the class and the instructor was like, forget everything you know about airplanes.
Wow.
This is a new thing. This is a plastic airplane. It is made of plastic. There's no metal.
Wow.
Most people don't even know that. This is human ingenuity, right? Let me tell you why it's more important to be impressed with human technology, because you can witness it in real time.
That's true.
You can influence it in real time.
That's true.
If you're worried about, oh, I'm impressed, God designed human beings. Were you there? Can you show me God designing any human being right now? It's not productive at all. It yields no results. Human beings used to think like that for 2,000 years and they were riding horses. They didn't go anywhere. They were riding horses and using bow and arrows.
I mean, I know with sperm, being created and all of that, that's, scientific and all of that. But I feel like, for
You don't have to
that
worry
to
about
just,
sperm being created. It will not be long before human beings reverse engineering. I don't know. Listen, anybody who understands the fundamental nature of science and human technology and growth should never stress about anything technological in the past that we don't yet know. Our technology is literally all reverse engineering. So it's a process that is taking place. If maybe you don't know how sperm and egg are made, it's just a matter of time. The first thing first is to make the brain. That's why AI is a thinking machine, right?
yes, it is.
The first part of the human body that we're going to replicate is our brains. We're going to create an organism, a living organism that can think. Once we've given it the ability to think, then we're going to give it the ability to multiply with its own specific genetic or software code, right? So when we make our AI to be able to reproduce whatever shape and form they take, it's not going to be DNA. It's going to be software code. So every species of AI will be able to reproduce its own genetic, its own digital code, and reproduce. So the female AIs will have incubators in them, what women call a womb. So we're going to build
Right.
AIs with incubators in them, and then we're also going to build AIs with testicles. Testicles is a software extractor. That's what your testicles do. Your testicles extract your genetics and take the purest aspects of your genetics and in the form of mucus, and obviously sperm and egg and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So in the process of reverse engineering this technology, we will find out. So you don't need to stress. You need to be impressed with the telephone, because a telephone literally is the same way that our ears work, the way our brain shoots signals and receives signals.
You're right. I mean, but it's amazing what human beings can do on this earth. It just blow your mind, and And sometimes you're like, I mean, so you think that just didn't come from no supernatural power, no
No,
God,
that's
or
what I'm talking
no.
about. I'm telling you that the only way to know how human beings came to be is to make one from scratch. God damn, man. Why can't people get this? Listen, you guys are not understanding because you guys don't have technologically minded brains. If you see somebody builds a machine, the only way that you can know how that machine is made is if you can build that machine from scratch yourself.
That's true.
You don't need to be impressed by anything you see around you in the universe. You need to be focusing on replicating it. Human beings are going to know where human beings came from the day that we can make a human being from scratch, and we are literally in that process. That's what all of our technology is all about. Every machine that we have is a reverse engineering of the human anatomy or the animal anatomy.
Yeah.
It literally is. It just takes time. So there's not a single generation that can see it all. Even the generation that will see it manifest, they will not have seen all the processes that came before it. So by the time we get to the point where we discover that it was God who made it, there's nothing that God can do that we will not be able to do.
Wow.
So by the time we discover that it was Allah who made it, well, there will be no, bro, we'll get to the time where we can create entire dimensions with space-time, with different continuums. What do you think the metaverse is, bro?
Yeah.
Where do you think all these ideas are coming from? Why are you guys so narrow-minded? That's why I told y'all, some of you listening to me right now, you need to get out of those religious way of thinking and catch up to 2024. We're not living in the goddamn Stone Age anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I just so yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I just sometimes I just get confused about religion and God and where human beings came from. Why? I mean, I just get confused, and I just need some help just to help clear my mind. You know, it's just too much. Bakanga, it's just too much just to deal with. You know,
I
just
just
ask
feel like
yourself.
you're
Yeah.
emotionally overwhelmed, my brother, because it's not really that too much. Sometimes I wish it was too much. Sometimes, bro, sometimes I intentionally wish I could make myself worry. So if I don't really have problems in my life, I create problems.
So you say you don't have. So you say you don't have any problems. Like you just don't get.
I intentionally create problems if I don't have any, and I'll fix them.
Wow.
I cannot just sit down and just be happy without something to fix. If I don't have an immediate issue that I can deal with in my life, this is like in my personal life.
Like you just get bored. Like so you just need something just to keep your mind stimulating and all of that, pretty much.
I cannot get emotionally involved. Like things don't bother me because every time I look at a situation, I see the solution. There's really no problem that when I look at and give it my undivided attention, I don't see the solution. So I don't have to stress. Like my feelings, bro, I have to schedule a moment to cry because it has been so long since I cried.
Oh, a girl has not made you cry before. You've not
No.
your heart has not been
Let
broken
me tell you.
before.
Let me tell you how I make myself cry. Okay? I go on YouTube, right? And I begin to scroll through rest in peace videos. Sometimes it takes me 200 videos before I begin to shed a tear.
Wow.
Because once I understand how the person died, it's no longer emotional. So if I want to cry, I need to catch myself off guard to where it's just pure sentimental, where I don't know how the person died.
Wow.
But once I understand what happened, right? It's like, oh shit. It's not sad anymore.
Yeah, like you're right. Like you remember like this you know, the bank, you know, Access Bank CEO that died in the, you know, helicopter crash with his wife and his son, I think in California or something like that. I just couldn't even understand why God would just let that happen. Somebody that is helping people.
What
Like,
does that have to do with God?
yeah.
Let me tell you, it's not that it was God. It's God, bro. It's because in your head, you had deified that human being. You saw that human being like he was special. Bro, he's just a man. If somebody can die today in the village who has nothing, why can't a person who is a millionaire die?
That's true.
Like, bro, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you somebody's death that actually took me by surprise.
Okay.
I almost wept. I didn't quite weep, but I almost wept. Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Kobe is my guy. You're right. Of course.
No, it's not, that's not why. That's not why. That's not why Kobe took me by surprise. So I had recently got into basketball, right? Like hardcore. So this whole GOAT debate was going on. The LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Kobe. You know, I used to be so much into it. I didn't know the guy personally. I watched maybe that last game that he played and scored so many points, but I wasn't really into his career. But after his basketball career, I was watching, you know, just Kobe's transition. He was an ambitious individual, you know. So
Very.
once I heard that he died in a helicopter crash, it dawned on me, bro. That damn, I've been watching basketball shit for so long that I have deified some of this individual.
Wow.
Cause Kobe dying, I got the sensation that Kobe wasn't supposed to die, bro. Which honestly, realistically, bro, Kobe wasn't supposed to die.
Yeah. I mean, that's what somebody said. Somebody said Kobe. Kobe believe in God.
Listen. No. Bro, his pilot, bro, effed up. Like, if a pilot can F up, that was the prime example of a pilot effing up. I
Yeah.
listened to the entire crash investigation. Like that plane did not have to crash that day. And
Cheating.
even I'm telling you, it did not have to. That it was a perfectly functioning airplane. Weather conditions were bad, but it was just one bad decision after another bad decision. That's why stress is very dangerous in my industry. You don't want
Yeah. Because Kobe was like he was a genuine guy. Like, I mean, yes, I won't say
Kobe
he's
was a
perfect,
human
but
being. Kobe wasn't that special. The moment you made Kobe special in your mind, then his death took you by surprise. Bro, you guys come up tomorrow, I could be dead. Just like that. If you think
no,
if,
Bakanga, no, we don't. We want you here.
if you think twice, listen, bro, if you heard that Bakanga was dead and you think twice, that means that somewhere you had elevated me in your mind to a place where I don't belong. I'm
Got
just a man. Like, despite everything that I talk, I am not deluded of the fact that it
Gotcha.
doesn't matter when or how, it's okay if I breathe my last. So that's my approach to death. It's not that, I'm gonna die, I know I'm gonna die. No, it's that it's okay for me to die. It's okay.
Got it.
It's okay.
So what you're saying is to get out of depression or whatever the case. It's okay. Whatever that happened to you in life, just take it as it is. It is what it is, and just pretty much just keep it moving.
Let it there. You need to
Gotcha.
understand those three. It's actually
Gotcha.
one word. Lekete. It
Lekete.
is what it is. You can pray
Gotcha.
for 1 million years. You can go to church all you want to. It ain't gonna change shit. Your grandmother is not in heaven. Is not. Listen,
So your grandmother is not in heaven.
yeah, people go to church so they can tell them all the good stuff about their family members, right? Oh, he's in heaven now, he's with God now. If you can literally, let me tell you something, okay? You are disrespecting your family member's legacy when you go and sit down and let someone tell you that they're in heaven. If they could tell you that they're in heaven, why couldn't they stop them from dying?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I mean, yeah,
Thank you for
that's a
the
good
time, bro. Let
question.
me go on to the next guest, man.
Okay, man. Appreciate you, boss, man. Lekete.
It is what it is. Stop believing in God. Do it while you're still young.
Hello?
What's up, man?
So, like, what was before the universe then?
I don't care. I'm not worried about it.
So then how is the universe existing now?
I don't care. I don't worry about it.
So then, but then how is the universe existing if it wasn't like a supernatural being?
I don't know. Maybe it came out of Superman or something.
So,
There are some questions that there's no need to ask because even if you got the answer, it doesn't add no value to life.
but then if the answer is God, then it sure does add value to life.
It doesn't add any value to my life if the answer is God.
So even if you knew that a God existed, you wouldn't be curious about it?
I'm gonna be curious why the heck he's allowing all these kids to die with cancer, bro. Bro, I have more negative grievances to be curious about a God existing, bro. In fact, the fact that God doesn't exist is why it's okay that the world is the way it is, and we can just do our best to make it better one day at a time. If a God existed, somebody needs to incarcerate that individual. We need to get that dude, chain him up, and throw him in the bottomless pit because he is as useless as a God can be, bro. There's no way there's a God. There's no way there's a God, bro.
Yeah, honestly, that is true. I just wanted to ask you that because I've had a couple arguments with people about like what was before, and I just told them that what was before is just not what it is now.
Bro, when they ask you what was before, just be like nothing.
Yeah,
You
and
F
it's
them
like,
up.
what created nothing? But then it's like 0 to the power of 0 is 1, so 2 zeros can equal 1. That's what I tell them.
No. Just tell them to count till infinity. They can choose anyone, positive infinity or negative infinity. When they get there, then they will know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see ya.
Stop believing in God. Your belief in God is making you depressed, and you are pretending like you're not depressed. Every single person listening to me right now who believes in God is depressed, and they are pretending like they're not. When are you going to stop pretending? What's up? Hello? Hello? Anybody that has faith in their life is a confused individual. You only need faith when you're confused. If you know which way to go home, you don't need faith that you're going home. When you're traveling somewhere, you don't need faith that you know where you're going. If you know how to get there, you only need faith when you're lost and confused. So all of you who have faith, you're just lost and confused. You're not sure which door to open. So I'm just going to open this door by faith. Yeah, of course. I only have one duty here tonight to rectify your mentality.
Hello?
That's why I said to you that Jesus cannot and has never saved anyone. So if you're a Christian, welcome to Bakanga land, where I give you the honor
Bakanga.
truth. What's up?
Well, what's up? Are you good?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good as well. I wanted to talk about miracle facts because I believe in Islam. Yeah? I wanted to talk about miracle facts. Yeah? So the first fact that I wanted to talk about was, it says in the Quran, chapter 55, verses 19. مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان. Basically, I'm going to paraphrase. It means that in the ocean, there's a barrier that the water does not cross. And you can Google it right now, and there's a barrier, there's an invisible barrier that the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean does not cross. And how could they know that 1400 years ago?
Because there used to be an ancient advanced civilization that lived in this world that had already achieved sciences that were more advanced than ours. So it's not strange that they could have found records of old science,
No.
put it in a book.
No, because Magellan, the first person to go around the world, that was around 500 years ago.
No, that's not true. Because there are pyramids all around the world that are more than 13,000 years old, and they have so many similarities. Whoever built those pyramids had already been around the world.
Oh, okay. Talking about pyramids, we could talk about Pharaoh as well. I have a miracle fact about Pharaoh. God as well tells us in the Quran, chapter 10.
Don't dance in circles.
Huh?
Don't dance in circles.
I'm not dancing in circles.
Every miracle that you've given me to you right now, I have rationalized it. You are trying to ignore the fact that the human beings already had advanced civilization before. We're not even arguing, that's a fact. Our modern
I'm telling
science,
you, a miracle.
our modern science doesn't even know how the pyramids were built. Does the Quran tell you how the pyramids were built?
No, but it tells us about Pharaoh. In the Quran, it tells us about Pharaoh, where in the Quran it says we have preserved the body of Pharaoh. 3,000 years ago.
Embalming, bro. Everybody was doing that around the world. People embalm the dead all the time.
Yes, but when someone dies, their body does not preserve.
There's mummies in South America. There's mummies in China.
Yeah,
There's
but
mummies
their
in-
body, a human body decomposes.
No, preserve.
It does.
Perfectly preserve.
No, a human body decomposes naturally with time. But 3,000 years ago, a body would decompose in 3,000 years. But God said we preserved it first, so that the humans, we could have a sign. And many
Brother.
people are not going to believe that sign.
It's only a sign for uneducated people who live in the desert. Educated people already know that embalming was an advanced science. It used to be practiced all across the world already. Listen, bro, let me tell you something, okay?
Yeah? I'm listening.
How many languages are in Africa?
It's a lot.
Okay. Which is the oldest language in Africa?
Ooh, I don't know.
Okay. Which is the oldest tribe in Africa?
I don't know either.
If your Quran cannot tell you that miracle, your Quran is useless to us as Africans, because I'm telling you, we've been in this world for more than 1 million years. The Quran does not impress us, okay? If your Quran can impress us, let it come and speak our language. It's not Swahili. Let your Quran come and tell us why we speak the way we speak, why our skin is this pigmented, and why the sun does not roast us. So
Well, the sun doesn't roast us because
hold on. The Quran.
God created everything in a balance. Again, another miracle in the Quran that people could not know before.
Just relax. Stop talking about God creating stuff, because I'm about to blow that out of proportion, okay? God didn't create shit out of proportion, in balance.
Allah.
How many human beings did God create in the beginning?
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve is the father and the mother of all human beings?
Yes.
Explain to me why 2 Chinese people cannot give birth to a black person. Explain to me why 2 white people cannot give birth to a black person. If we all have the same father and mother, we'll be producing each other. How come it is now that we have distinctive groups of human beings, almost the same way that you have a zebra and a horse?
Because people migrated.
Migration is not what makes 2 Chinese people. Migration does not change your genetics.
It does, because when you live in a long period of time in the heat of Africa and you go to China, it's going to change over time.
So you're saying that after black people migrated to China and they lost their big lips and their eyes changed and they became short and skinny with a light skin?
Okay, that's racist. That's racist.
No, it's not. I'm giving you a description because that's what we look like, right? Like me, look, I'm black. I have big eyes, big nose, big forehead.
Yeah.
Like my head is heavier than your entire body.
Probably.
I'm telling you. Like if you have a collision with me, it's better you get hit by the car than get hit by my head.
Yeah, I'm a fly away.
I'm a West African man. You see what I'm saying, bro? So you're telling me that this it has to be millions of years ago, because those changes will not happen in thousands of years.
Yeah.
Millions of years ago, black people left Africa and went to China. So the weather in China is so different that 2 black people were banging.
But doesn't that show us the power of God?
No,
making people different.
That's not consistent with science. That's bullshit. What you just said right now is bullshit, because China is tropical. And there is
you
no
said
reason-
science. You said science.
No,
We can talk about science as well.
Hold up. Let me show you something. There has never been evidence in human history that human beings will intentionally leave a tropical area.
Yeah.
The jungle of the Congo. Why would any human being leave the jungle of the Congo and migrate somewhere else? Bro, why would you leave paradise and go somewhere else? Why would human beings leave Africa where it never gets cold to go and live up in the ice, bro, when you didn't even have air conditioning, bro? What sense does it make? That never happened. That is a lie. That's a complete lie. It is not consistent with reality. Human beings do not migrate like that. That's not how human beings came. There's no reason why human beings will live a warm place, especially black people.
Well, if you say human beings don't migrate, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
Bro, do you know
the Brits went to America. They migrated to America.
Who?
The Brits, the English. They migrated to America.
What happened when they got to America?
They killed the
There were
Indian.
only people there. There were only people there.
Yeah.
So that tells you that every landmass in this world has its own indigenous people. That people, yes, migration only happens after the people have already been everywhere. And if you notice how the indigenous people of a place is usually consistent with that place. Africans with dark skin, so you can almost see us anywhere.
Yeah.
The Europeans, they're lighter skin. You find them up in the snow, Denmark, the Vikings. That's where they were up there. That was their territory. And they will fight among themselves. That's where they were. That was their territory. And they will fight among themselves. Oh, bro, what's happening? You're echoing. You gotta mute and unmute, bro.
Wait,
All right, we're good now.
wait, the sound is bugging. Wait, I'm hearing double.
Every living thing has
Okay.
its natural habitat. It's like birds fly in the sky and fish swim in the water. That's how human beings are. We all have our natural habitat.
Yeah.
When I mean natural, it means that there is nothing within that habitat that's our natural enemy that kills us. So you telling me that God made Adam and Eve, and Adam and Eve gave birth to black people or white people? Okay, let me ask you a question. Was Adam and Eve originally black or white?
We don't know the color. We don't know the color.
So the Quran is so great. The Quran could not tell you.
The Quran.
It looks like the Quran is lacking some information. Somebody has to go back now. Somebody needs to go and interrogate Allah. We need Muhammad again.
What?
Muhammad needs to come back and complete this story
What?
because it's not making sense. We need Muhammad again.
Oh my god. Well, the Quran. We don't care about race. Yeah. Everyone's equal.
That is why many of you are racist.
Well, no.
Brother, listen. You said it, you guys don't care about race, and that is why many of you are racist.
Oh no, because
If Allah would have told you that the
no, because the Quran. No.
Bro, if your Quran would have told you that the first man was a black man, you Arabs would have not been enslaving our people for more than 2,000 years.
Yeah.
The Arab slave trade was more brutal than the transatlantic slave trade, and it lasted longer.
Yeah, but again, Islam is perfect, not the Muslims.
So is communism. If you write it on paper, have you ever read communism on paper? It's perfect. Anything you write on paper is perfect, bro. It's a perfect story. Even the Bible is perfect on paper.
Nah, no, the Bible, again, the Bible is not perfect, and I can prove that. Again, historical facts. At the time of Joseph and at the time of Moses, it says both of the rulers were Pharaoh, but historically, at the time of Joseph, it couldn't be a Pharaoh, because historically that's false. Historically. Pharaoh was only at the time of Moses. So the Bible
Quran-
just there, because I've read the Bible.
The Quran
I've read the
will tell
Bible.
you what
And there's a New Testament and the Old Testament.
Listen to me, bro.
And it's been corrupted.
If the Quran has been corrupted because the Quran doesn't tell you who was the first race in this world. And I think that the Arabs removed it because genetics and science proves that black people are the oldest human beings in the world.
No, because it's the Quran wouldn't. In the Quran,
Bro,
in
science,
Islam. Okay, again.
Does
Okay,
science
listen to me.
not prove that black people are the oldest human beings in the world?
What? I
Does
don't
science
know.
not prove that black people are the oldest human beings in the world?
They do, yes.
Okay. So Adam and Eve had to be black, right?
Yes, probably, yes.
So why didn't God make the last prophet a black man?
Well, there was a prophet that was black, Moses.
No. Why did God not make the last prophet a black man?
Because the last prophet
It's
was
so
revealed in
convenient.
the Arab Peninsula.
Why? Okay. Why is it that the Holy Land is not in the black man's land?
Because the Holy Land, okay, Mecca, if you talk about Mecca,
Bro,
the
bro,
holy
bro,
village, the
bro,
holy
bro,
city,
bro, just relax. I'm about to show you something.
yeah,
When God made Adam and Eve, where did he put them?
he put them in two separate places and they met together.
Where was this location?
I don't know. It just tells us they were both in two separate places.
Where on earth where did God put Adam and Eve?
On Earth. I don't know.
Which
I don't
one?
know. It doesn't say us precisely on someone, but
Check
put
this
them
out.
down on Earth.
Check this out. He put him in Wakanda. He put them in He put them in Wakanda. And Wakanda is the Holy Land, not Mecca, not Jerusalem.
Well, Mecca,
Jerusalem and Mecca are
you can,
scams.
you know,
I'm telling you,
you know
it's
what,
just
you can
a
Google
scam.
it.
To scam you from your money. It's literally the manifestation of racism. You know what I'm saying? That's where Arab superiority and whatever superiority is. The Holy Land is in the middle of Africa, in a place called Wakanda. But you have never gone there, obviously, because no one has ever told you that.
But
If
doesn't
you
that
haven't
make you
read it, bro,
egocentric a bit?
listen. If you
I'm black myself.
listen, bro.
Yeah?
If you're not doubting me, go and read the holy scripture of the Black Panther.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a scripture. It was revealed to Stan Lee. It was
Yeah.
revealed.
No.
Wakanda was revealed to Stan Lee.
Nah, but seriously, I've read the Bible and I've
Bro,
read
have you read the Black
parts
Panther?
of the Bible and
Bro, listen, don't play games with me, bro. Because
yeah,
we're talking about books here. You have your Quran, good for you. The Christian has his Bible, good for him. I have
yeah,
the
and I
Black
read both.
Panther. And don't you dare say that the Black Panther is fiction. Don't you even dare say that.
Marvel fiction.
It's what?
Marvel fiction.
The Quran is Arab fiction.
Well, Quran tells us facts that no one could know.
In fact, it's Arab cave fiction.
No,
Fiction.
well, the Arab fiction, as you say, tells us facts that no human could know 1400 years ago.
I already told you that many human beings could know that 1400 years ago. Are you weird, bro? There was already
another
advanced
fact.
civilizations.
Okay.
There was already advanced civilizations on Earth, and
Okay.
we black people, we already had ancient science. You guys just call it black magic. Today, you Muslims, do you know why Muslims like to call African tradition to be black magic? And you guys say that we worship jinns?
I'm African myself.
No, you're not
That's what I
African.
do.
You're not African.
I am.
No, you're not.
What am I then?
You're a colonized black man.
How?
Hold on. What part of Africa are you from?
Somalia.
You black?
Yeah.
Or you just domesticated? My bad.
Nah.
Yeah, you're a domestic African. I get it. No problem.
What do you mean?
You actually really wish you were Arab. That's what you wish.
No, I don't.
What's your
And
name?
I'm proud to be black.
What's your name?
Awale.
Owale. Did the Somalians not have a religion before Islam?
No. Because what's it called?
Bro. Did the Somalians not have a religion before Islam?
Oh, before Islam, yes. But they accepted Islam.
Hey. You're a sellout.
How?
You have sold out the religion of your ancestors. Do you know what religion is, bro? Religion is identity.
Belief in God.
No. Religion, at the core of religion, you have identity and destiny. You understand? That is culture and tradition. If you give up on your tradition,
Well, they were probably believing in the wrong thing. Because
listen, you lose your sense
the
of self.
Quran,
You
no,
lose your sense of
Islam
self.
just shows us the truth.
You lose your sense of self.
And the Abrahamic religions show us the truth.
Abrahamic religion have killed more human beings in this world than any other religion. They are the most intolerable, most destructive belief systems in the world. And they hate each other. They hate each other. They
No,
are
you
the
don't.
worst example of what human beings should be.
No, they don't. And another reason why is in Jerusalem, Christians, Jews, and Muslims all lived together in peace. In peace.
Brother,
All of that before
we're not
Israel
talking
became.
listen, you see what your little narrow mind is doing? You're
What?
trying to pick and choose different situations. We're talking about your reputation. Of course, you know what? There's some thieves that give money to the homeless sometimes. There's a scammer, right? That sometimes he doesn't scam old ladies. But it doesn't change your reputation. It doesn't change the things that happen because of your religion, bro. Even if there's one good Muslim, as long as there's 100 bad Muslims and the good Muslims have not done anything about it, your religion is bad. That religion is bad. What human beings need, we need a way and a system that allows us to live with each other, even when we disagree. You are claiming that your God is the only God, and the Christian is claiming that God is the only God. You cannot live in peace. You think we are foolish and we don't know how to read?
No, because at the end of the day,
You
there's
think that we
proof.
don't know, bro, you think that we don't know what your religion says about the Jews?
What does it say about the Jews? Say,
That if they reject your religion, there is something your religion says to do to them.
but that was at the time of war.
And even now, which is the time of war.
Yes, at the time of war. Yes, at the time of war.
Is there no war in Palestine?
Yes, there is free
Okay,
Palestine.
good. So like I said to you, it doesn't matter. Those religions are toxic. We don't need that shit as human beings. We don't.
No, and again, we have no problem against the Jews. Our problem is against the Zionists. Again, because even in Judaism, it says you cannot claim a land until your Messiah comes, and they don't have a Messiah yet. So the Zionists try and claim Israel, even though that goes against their religion.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia, Israel, the Middle East, all used to belong to us, West Africans. The problem is with you that you're talking to me like this. You guys were in India. Your ancestors.
No,
Listen. You see, that's your problem. That's why I told you you have been domesticated, my brother. You have been. You don't know the history of our people. You think that the Arabs are supposed to the Quran is going to tell you your history as a black man?
but
You
us,
bro,
our
relax.
history as Somalis, East Africans, we were the World Trade Center, the trade center.
Relax, bro.
Everything came
Relax.
through
Let me
us.
educate you.
Yes. Many
5,000
years
years
back.
ago.
Everything.
Brother. 5,000 years ago, where were your ancestors?
In Somalia.
What were they called?
Somalis, I don't know.
Of course you don't know.
So
There was no Samaria. That was the land of Kemeth. And we are Kemetic people. We West Africans today. Many of us West Africans. You, my brother, you guys were further towards the east. Towards India. That is why you look very much like Indians. Between you, Ethiopians, Tanzanians, a lot of our East African brothers
Eritreans,
and
Kenyans.
sisters, bro, a lot of our East African brothers and sisters,
Yeah.
you guys have many similarities with our Indian brothers and sisters. The world was much connected than you know. The world was really advanced. Very, very advanced.
Okay, if we came from India, that means with time we changed. So again, the cause of evolution comes.
That's not what I said to you. I didn't.
No,
did
because
I,
I remember at the start you said
Did I say you came from India or did I say you were in India?
you said we came from India, like we were
That's
in
not
India.
that's not what I said to you. I said to you 5,000 years ago, where were your ancestors? You said in Somalia. I don't know. But that was the land of Kem. The practices of Kemeth are still the traditions of Africans, West Africans today. That's how I know you can trace the cultures. Why do you think that all the pyramids have broken noses? Among all Africans, the Africans with the most unique nose are the big, widespread, big nose, big lipped ones. We are the ones who were living in that land where the pyramids were built. It's literally our image. We know what the Europeans did. That's the problem with you when you don't learn the history. So there were no Arabs there, and there were no Israelites there. Even the Israelites, according to the Bible, didn't they go into that land and take it from somebody?
Yes. they
Those
did.
were our ancestors, the ones you guys call Canaanites. Those were black people. So whose land is it? So now the two people who stole the land are fighting each other. For what reason? Like we Africans, we don't even want you guys to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll call you African. Do you want them to fight?
No.
Uh-huh.
No.
Bro, you cannot be a Muslim without adopting the identity of the Arab man. The Arab man is a very intelligent man. Let me tell you something. The European and the Arabs, they have very high IQ, okay? Throughout history. That's you cannot achieve what Islam have achieved and what Christianity have achieved by being a fool.
No. Okay, the reason why I believe my religion is not because of the Arabs. It's because of the proofs that I can see clearly, clear as day.
My brother, those
The miracles.
that you think you can see
It's too good to be true.
lack of education.
Yeah?
It's just due to your lack of education, bro. Let me ask you a question.
Not a lack of
Oh,
education.
we were just talking about India, right?
Yeah?
What's the oldest religion in the world?
The oldest religion in the world.
Out of all the major religions, which one is the oldest?
Oh, the Jews.
Go and look it up again. It's Hinduism.
Oh, okay, Hinduism. We said the majors, the Abrahamics.
No, that religion didn't exist, bro. Even the religion of the Israelites, it's called Kabbalah. It's not Judaism. And it was invented in Babylon. Not like Abraham, whatever Abraham was doing, there's a lot of doubt that Abraham even existed. What you have to understand, bro, is that in 300 AD, the reason why Islam came to be, bro, one of the major reasons why Islam came to be is because the Arabs saw the way the Europeans changed history. And when the Europeans changed history, everyone that they were conquering, they would force the false history on them. So the Arabs decided to unite themselves. Originally, they were trying to fight against the Roman Catholic Church. So the Roman Catholics were like, how do we take over these people? So they sponsored Muhammad. You understand?
The Romans and the Persians fight.
Listen. I'm telling you history.
Yeah,
Just
I know
listen.
history. Yeah, go.
The Roman Catholic sponsored Muhammad so he can defeat the Arabs. And then Muhammad was supposed to give them Catholicism, but Muhammad decided to create his own version because obviously it was his people, and he used the Romans to conquer the Arabs that you guys call pagans, many of whom were black.
Persians, yeah.
Many of whom were black. Enslaved many. And then he took the religion of the Romans and he made his own version of it.
No, but if we talk about the Romans,
That's why it took 26 years. That's why it took 26 years to compile the Quran. Because what they did was that they sent the Arabs, they send messengers all around the world to go and gather the highest knowledge of man. That's what you guys do. Yes. They send them to India. They send them to India to go and learn from the gurus. Because the gurus, listen, bro, have you ever heard of the Silk Road?
huh?
Have you ever heard of the Silk Road?
No.
The Silk Road was a road that used to go from the west coast of Europe all the way to China. For more than 1,000 years, the Chinese were unconquerable. The Chinese were a mighty empire. Every time the Europeans heard of the Chinese, they were scared to go over there. The Romans didn't even go over there. The Romans could not even get past the Indians. Even Alexander the Great could not even get past India because the Easterners were mighty kingdoms. They were
Yeah,
great.
they were.
So they were already very technologically advanced and they had a lot of things to trade. So the Silk Road was a trading road, right? And the Arabs knew this. By the time Islam was created, they knew this. So they sent messengers on the Silk Road to travel to the East to learn the knowledge of the Easterners. They went over there, they learned about the origins of the world from their perspective. So they also went up to the Scandinavians, to the Vikings. They went up there and they learned about the ways of the world. So the goal of Muhammad was to create a religion that was better than every religion that was in the world.
Okay, so now you're saying that Islam was created by man.
Of course it was created by man. You're the
Okay.
only one who doesn't know that.
Okay, tell me
You're the
how.
only one who doesn't know that.
Okay,
Bro,
tell
you have to
tell me.
understand that.
No,
You have to
okay,
understand
can
that
just say something? Can I just say something? Tell me, how did Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet, tell me how he knew things that he
He got it from the Indians. I made a video on my page, embryology. Go to the temples in India. They have entire temple walls with what happens when a baby is conceived. In India, more than 11,000 years old.
Yeah.
They go and study Hinduism. Go and study the history of the Easterners, bro. Learn about other human beings. Don't be stuck in your small box. Go to the there's this tribe in Africa. I forgot the name again. Oh man. They have already mapped the whole sky. They have mapped the whole sky. They knew which constellation is which constellation.
Yes, that's because they can navigate. So they can navigate.
But they did not get that information from the Quran. They already had that advanced
Yeah.
mathematics.
Yeah, I know. But talking about this guy, okay.
Listen, the Dogon. But it's not just the Dogon, right? There are many tribes in Africa who have already mastered all the plants, pharmaceuticals. So we had cures for most of our diseases. So when the Europeans first came to Africa, one of the first things the Europeans noticed was that Africans used to live long. It was very strange to them. It was very strange to them how old people used to get in Africa. In fact, the old people in Africa used to only be the type of things that they would read in books. They met people in Africa that were living to be 140 years old, 120 years old. 100 years was easy. Like among us black Africans who lived in the jungle.
Yeah.
You know, so that it was surprising them. Why? But it's because we've already studied all the plants. We had plant medicine, what you guys now call black magic or you call witchcraft. So you have intentionally. That's why Islam also noticed it. Islam noticed it because if Islam was to allow the Africans to continue to do that black magic, people will notice that the Quran is not that impressive because anything the Quran says Africans can do. So they were like, okay, the Africans are using. Hold up. They were saying the Africans are using the power of the jinn. So if an African do a miracle, the Muslim will say it doesn't count because it was a jinn. Meanwhile, we had it before you. The same thing is true with Hinduism. You guys call them pagans, right?
Yeah.
But it's because we are what is left from that civilization that used to rule the whole world. From India all across China. Islam, Christianity, and Abrahamic religions are new religions that human beings created in the last 2,000-3,000 years.
No, it couldn't have been created by man. Just look at how the Quran has been written.
Bro, let me tell you, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not telling you not to be a Muslim,
Yeah.
but go and travel the rest of the world. I want you to travel.
That's my dream. I'm trying to do that.
Right now. Where do you live right now?
I live in London.
Okay. Who are the indigenous Brits?
What do you mean by that?
Who were the
Europeans?
original people who used to live in England
Vikings.
before the Vikings?
For the Vikings.
Have you ever heard about the Celtics?
Yes.
The Druids?
Yeah, no. Celtics, yeah.
Now, how is it that all the indigenous cultures around the world, why did they have so many similarities? Why is it that all the indigenous cultures in the world had so many similarities?
I don't know.
That's why I'm telling you that as long as your head is stuck in that book called the Quran, you will never know. You keep saying, I don't know, and you will be spreading Arab propaganda to the day that unfortunately you vanish out of this.
No, I'm not forcing anyone.
I'm not saying you're forcing anyone. I'm just saying that you are spreading Arab propaganda.
I'm not spreading Arab propaganda.
Listen, any human being in this world who says that Muhammad that Allah is God and Muhammad is his messenger and Muhammad is the last messenger, you are promoting Arab supremacy.
No, because we also believe that Jesus was a prophet. We also believe that Moses was a prophet.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyone who says, yes, Moses is a prophet and
And
Moses
it was black as well.
Listen, let me finish talking, bro. Moses is a prophet, Jesus is a prophet. But when Muslims say there is only one God, Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger, you don't say, and Jesus is his messenger too. You don't say, and Moses is his messenger too. Bro, everyone here is exposed to Muslim, okay? A
Yeah.
Muslim would never say that there is only one God called Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. Also, Jesus is also his messenger. Also, Moses. No, they don't say it like that. That's not how you say it.
Yeah.
You put Muhammad above everybody else. It is Allah, then Muhammad, then all the other prophets. That is how we see you do it. So you guys have taken an Arab man and put it on top of the world, and you're trying to convince us that it's supposed to be supernatural, as if we don't have brains. I don't have a problem with Muhammad. I'm just telling you that he's not special to me. It's just some Arab dude, bro. And if you have a problem with me saying that Muhammad is just some Arab dude, you want to force me to acknowledge him the way you acknowledge him when he's
No,
nothing to me,
I'm not
you
forcing
have a
him.
problem. That's what's wrong with your religion. Because as far as anyone else in the world who's not a Muslim is concerned, Muhammad is just some dude.
No.
Some dude.
And the reason
And
why
you
I
don't need to get
believe
offended. You don't need to get offended because Muhammad is just some dude. You don't have to, your prophet doesn't
getting
have to be
offended.
important to me.
no, I'm not getting offended because everyone can have his own
I'm
beliefs,
not
innit?
talking about you, I'm talking about Muslims in general.
No, even Muslims in general, they won't be offended because everyone can have their own
Of course
beliefs.
you get offended. Listen, bro.
No, because-
Bro, are you kidding? There was this American newspaper person who wrote something about Muhammad, and Muslims around the world,
Us Muslims,
Muslims were
Surah
protesting.
Kafirun, it says, huh? What are you gonna say?
There was this guy who wrote an article about Muhammad, an image. He put a picture about Muhammad in the mail, and Muslims were revolting everywhere. And then there was also another guy who, Charlie Hebdo, the newspaper in France.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I lived in France as well. Yes, I understand.
And they went and attacked it.
Yes, the
You
terrorist
know what
attack.
I'm saying? And there was a Nigerian girl who said in a WhatsApp chat group that let's not talk about Muhammad, let's talk about something else. And they went and lynched her, bro.
Yes,
This is
again,
not just one incident. There are millions of cases like this. You guys are extremely intolerant to anybody who doesn't want to submit to your superiority complex. That is why America literally dominated the Middle East.
again, Islam, the religion, is perfect. The Muslims are not. Us humans were sinless. We're sinful.
There's no such thing as
Yeah.
Islam, the religion is perfect. There's no such thing as that.
And
Because
also,
when you write something on paper,
you're saying that people are getting offended.
listen,
You're saying,
listen,
Yeah.
let me teach you something, bro.
yeah?
You just don't know how to speak English.
No, I'm listening.
The perfection of a text is directly proportional to its practicality. So Islam is not Islam because it is written on paper. Islam is if what is written on paper can be demonstrated through actions. So if
Yes,
Muslims
and
can,
it is again.
bro, listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
If
Keep.
Muslims cannot perfectly practice Islam, then Islam is not perfect. Period. It's not, there's no negotiation. Like if every Muslim in the world right now who's associated with Islam if Islam is not powerful enough to make every Muslim perfect, then Islam is not perfect. If Islam was perfect, then you cannot be a Muslim without being perfect.
No, because God tells us that we do sins. He knows that. Everyone knows that. But the difference is repent. Is repentance. If you sincerely repent to God, He will forgive you.
Again, you don't have to sin in the first place if you had a perfect religion. Do you know what a cure is?
Yeah.
You can either have a cure or you can have a remedy. A remedy is something that whenever you have a headache, you go and take Tylenol. A cure is that when you drink the cure, you never have Tylenol, you never have a headache again. That's perfect. A cure is always perfect because a cure removes every aspect of that disease and gives you immunity. You will never be sick again. But something which is not perfect, of course, you can consume as much of it as you want to, but you're still going to sin because it doesn't work. It's not perfect. It doesn't work perfectly. So yeah, you can convince yourself that Islam is perfect, but that's just in your imagination, bro.
And again. In Islam, we believe in prevention instead of cure.
Yeah, but you guys have not prevented anything.
Oh, yes.
What have you prevented?
Let's say a woman in a bikini. Okay, it's an example. Let's say a woman in a bikini. Most women these days, we're not gonna lie, they do get harassed, they get catcalled, I don't know. But in Islam, it tells us, lower your gaze, the woman, it doesn't matter if she covers herself or not, lower your gaze. And that's a prevention instead of the cure.
It says to who to lower their gaze.
To the men.
What is lowering your gaze gonna do?
You lower your gaze and you walk away. If you look at her once, it was by accident, don't look at it again.
Hold on. How do you know that you're supposed to lower your gaze?
Because we're not supposed to be looking at women that are not us.
But how do you know that you're supposed to lower your gaze if you don't first look?
Yeah, that's what I said. If you look first and you saw it,
Yeah, but
lower your gaze.
that's
It's
not
an
a
accident.
good prevention. That's not a good prevention. It doesn't work. It did not prevent you from looking. Yeah, you look for 1 minute, then your imagination does the
Okay,
rest.
no, not 1 minute. Okay, not 1 minute. Because if you look and you keep on looking, just saying, oh no, it's my first look, it's my first look.
Listen to
Nah,
me,
that doesn't work.
Listen to me. If I was
Yeah.
walking down the road and I saw a beautiful woman,
Yeah.
I have to think in my head that, oh, I need to put my head down. But once I put my head down, it's not like I'm going to forget what I saw.
I know, but you're looking.
Then I go home and jack off.
Okay.
Which all Muslim men do. You go home and jack off. Don't pretend. Yeah, that's what you do. You make Khadija and Aliyah to cover themselves so you can go home and whack it. Good for you. I don't have a problem with that. That's what human beings do. That's what human beings do. It's human. It doesn't make you a bad person. It's
No, because the human man is attracted to the woman. I get that, but we're supposed to lower our gaze.
you can lower your gaze or you could raise your gaze. It ain't gonna stop you from seeing the woman anyways. It ain't. But you know what, bro? This has been a great conversation with you. Let me go on to the
Yeah,
next.
khala, yeah, love.
Yeah,
Take
go
care,
for it. Take care, my bro. You take care of yourself, okay? You
Take
stay
care.
away from the extremist.
Believe in Islam.
I believe in Islam when chicken have teeth. All right, let me see. Who am I gonna bring up? None of you guys were up earlier, so I'll just go in chronology. I'll just go in order. I'm not gonna waste too much time, so please go straight to your point and go quickly so I can go on to the next guest. What's up?
I just got a question. Are you believing in any kind of God?
No, sir.
Let me ask you one more question. What about the clothing that you're wearing?
This is my African traditional wear. What's up?
All right. So what about the traditions? Where are they belongs to? Like, on the end, there is no God.
Yeah, tradition is just the way things have been done, right? And when you learn your tradition, you're gonna find out that there's things about your tradition that you need to fix. Every tradition needs to be fixed. So we Africans, what we need to do is abandon Christianity and Islam, learn our traditions, then modernize our traditions. When we modernize our traditions, then we will be offering our tradition to the world the same way that Arabs offer Islam, the same way that Europeans offer Christianity. But right now, everything that we have to offer as Africans, the Muslims call it black magic. The Europeans call it black magic because you don't even understand us. You guys think that we are demons and that we're devils and that everything that makes us who we are is bad. But
Exactly.
when that's just our tradition and our culture, that's who we are. So you cannot tell me that everything I am is bad and then I need to come and be like you,
Exactly.
you know? So
Exactly.
tradition is just the way things have been done. That's what it means. How did our ancestors used to live? Why did they go to
Exactly.
the river? Why don't they go to the river at this time of the day? Why do they plant seeds at this time? That's what tradition is. Tradition is learning about how those in the past used to live. And then you can make improvement. You can modernize it. For example, there's a tribe in Nigeria, they call the Igbos. Bro, those people used to kill twins, bro.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Let me ask you one more question about the whole religion story, because if they call it, I'm an atheist, so I'm not really believing anything as long as I'm not seeing it with my eyes. That's what most people say, which is acceptable to me.
You know what? I'm gonna give you a suggestion when you're done. So you shouldn't call yourself an atheist. I'll give you something better than an atheist. But go ahead.
So basically, what I want to ask is that we all know, as long as the Bible says, full of nonsense to me. I'm sorry to say for everyone, but if you say that it says 2,000 years, the devil has the time to do whatever he wants to do on earth. The only one thing that makes me, which is put me on the side who's not believing at all, is that only one thing that I used to say against it. It's why children are born with all these disabilities and all of these circumstances. That's basically actually not let them live their life as a life it means, if you know what I mean.
Bro,
Because
because
if there was Jesus, if there
I
was a
can answer
God,
the question. I can answer the question because all children are atheists. Because all children are atheists and they don't have any belief. They lack belief, right? That's what atheism is. Atheism is the lack of belief. So that makes every baby in the world an atheist because they are human too. These are human beings that have no beliefs.
okay,
So
but how can
according to these religious people, bro, if you want to know that this religion is bullshit, especially the Abrahamic religions, they claim that atheists are going to hell. That means
exactly?
all these babies who are born with cancer and pass away at the age of 6 months, 3 months, are apparently going to hell. So it's not sufficient for their God to bring them into this world with cancer. Then he sends them to hell.
How a newborn baby can be religion or non-religion to a world that is not even existing to himself in a second when he's born. Like it cannot be religion. It cannot be decided of anyone that you die because you are a non-believer or you're a believer on the time when you're born.
Bro, can you imagine that an almighty, all-powerful God exists and what he requires is belief? Everything in the
you.
world, he requires belief. Bro, the most inconsistent human characteristic.
Okay,
Even
and what do you think about the Bible itself?
bro,
Could you
it's
agree with
a
me
fairy tale.
that
It's a fairy
that the
tale.
Bible? Could you agree? I'm sorry, but that the Bible is a pre-work. How do you call the book that says the movie before it's released? The prediction, let's say.
Prequel.
That's the word. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry for my English. I'm Hungarian, so I'm trying to do my best, but I hope we get it away. So basically, what I think is the Bible is being made up, and everything that's happening today, tomorrow, after a year after, it's all been set up in a Bible. And people, why they believe in Bible, because everything that they made up, let's say flood, let's say whatever, fire, diseases, whatever, they all put it down on the Bible, which they know back in the days. Hell knows when the Bible shit is. I'm sorry, it's been written, but it's been
If
it's
you
been
read the Bible, right? Because I've read the Bible very well. Let me tell you what the Bible is, but you have to consider certain historical facts. And Christians like to lie about this. When the Roman Empire was about to collapse, there was an emperor. His name was Constantine. It was about to collapse in a way that he had never collapsed before. Like it would not have existed at all. It was difficult for soldiers to fight. They didn't have anything to fight for. There were too many gods. So the emperor realized that there were too many gods. That's why he was having a difficult time. But he could not just make them to have one God, right? So what they did first, Constantine's plan, was first to rewrite history. They rewrote history. They wrote original histories and they removed all the characters of history that they don't like. They removed
Exactly.
all the local heroes. They removed all the local heroes of all the local areas that were part of the Roman Empire. And then they created this one united, fictitious religion that was going to unite everyone. A religion that was going to be, promoted with the sword. So when the Roman legions came, they came with the intention to exterminate. It was convert or die
Dave.
for a long amount of time, even past Constantine. You know what I'm saying? So once they rewrote history, that means that the newer generations began to forget their own indigenous history. Anyone
Exactly.
that was conquered by them will forget. From the Vikings up north, it happened to the Norwegians. The Vikings they resisted for a long time. The Vikings resisted for a long time, but eventually they were conquered and Christianized. You know,
There you
the
go.
same thing happened to the Native Americans. The same thing happened to Africans. You know, actually, the same thing did not happen to Africans. Like African tradition was not destroyed by Europeanism, and that's why we're still waging war right now, right? That's the only difference that Africa has from the rest of the world. We were not destroyed by Christianity. Christianity just wounded us. So Africans, our civilization is a wounded civilization, much rather than a colonized or completely taken over. But nonetheless, once they rewrote history, bro, chances is there's not a single character in the Bible that ever existed, my brother, from Hungary.
Mm.
Chances, it's just too convenient. But the most critical part of the Bible is that the Romans wrote their ambitions in it. They rode their ambitions. So those are the Romans wanted to rule the world. So Constantine wanted to rule the world with a rod of iron. So that character Jesus Christ in Revelations, that was the dream of the kings of Europe. That's what they want to be. They want to rule the world like that. Let me give you a perfect example.
Go on then.
They say that when Jesus comes back, bro, that they will all be kings and queens, those of them who believe in Jesus. Bro,
Yeah.
why do you need everybody in your kingdom to be a king and a queen? Who are they going to rule over?
Hey, if you see Saudi Arabia, yeah, this is actually what they do. Like, so if you see there are like hundreds of princes and hundreds of princesses still at this day, which is not proving anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but if you have prince and princess, you need to rule over somebody. You're not going to rule
Exactly.
over yourself.
Exactly.
So that shows you that there will still be human beings in the world even after Jesus comes, so that they can rule over them. So this Jesus is not the God that they're telling you about. It's a human being with ambitions to conquer the world.
Exactly, Hitler.
Thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you very much. Love my brother.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Let me try not to take too much time with one guest. I was gonna bring James C earlier. James. Actually, I'm gonna cater to those.
Greetings, bro.
Let's go straight to the point.
Greetings, bro. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Go straight to your point.
Okay. All right. My point is, I think the idea that God does not exist is not actually completely true. Just like you said, the European messed around with everything that has to do with God, wrote another book, and tried to unite everything. But I believe that there is a God that is the source of all creation and
That's
everything.
impossible. That's impossible. Water and fire cannot come from the same source. It's impossible.
No,
It's
you
naturally
don't
impossible.
understand. You don't understand. If you pay attention, you'll get my message. What I'm saying is, I believe there is a source of all creation.
And like
Who
I
is
said, bro, listen, bro. That statement in of itself is logically and realistically contradictory to the world, to our nature. So the God that you are talking about cannot be the God of this world, cannot be the word of this creation, of this universe, because in this universe we have things that cannot have come from the same source. Water and
now, like,
water and fire
like
cannot have the same source.
you're not waiting for me. You didn't wait for me to finish. You see, a lot of things have been messed up in this world, knowingly or unknowingly by us. The elite have done everything possible to mess this whole thing up and give us what they want us to know and give us what they want us to believe. We are no longer thinking for ourselves anymore. Like, for instance, now, do you believe in science?
No.
You don't believe in science.
Science does
Do
not
you?
require belief. Science is an advanced form of thinking that doesn't require belief.
It doesn't require belief.
Yeah, I know you're surprised, right? Yes, listen, bro. There are some schools of study that do not operate in the realm of belief. So when a scientist talks to you, he doesn't say, I believe.
They say, I know, right?
Only pastors talk like that. If a scientist says, I believe, that means that what he's saying can be wrong. That's what it means in science.
So in a nutshell, a science, instead of saying I believe, they say I know, right?
They say it is so, and they provide
It
evidence.
is so.
Yes.
And they provide evidence.
Yes.
That is also correct. Now, do you also know that believing in a thing or not believing in a thing doesn't change that thing from being true or being false?
Especially when that thing can be observed. You are correct.
Now, agreeing that God exists and disagreeing that God does not exist doesn't stop God from being real or not being real.
No. You actually got it backwards.
No.
No, hold up. Check this out. Believing that God exists or believing that God does not exist doesn't change the fact that God does not exist. And God is, no one has ever seen God. No, hold up. No one has ever seen God. No one has ever spoken to God. God has never shown up. And that human beings have been living for a long time without any God. That's the reality. No one has ever spoken to God. No one has ever seen God. In fact, God is only relevant when human beings talk about him. He comes out of human beings' mouth. That's the real truth. Now, anyone can believe anything. You can believe anything. Good for
So
you.
what is your own idea of the source of all creation?
Because I am extremely wise. My brain is overloaded with wisdom.
All right.
In fact, I'm so intelligent. Sometimes I look at myself in the mirror, I'm just like, damn, man. I figured
That's
out
good.
that I don't need
Sorry?
to know the source of where all things come from until I can make all things with my own hands. I figured out that the only way to know where something comes from or to know how something is made is to make it yourself. So until we learn how to make anything that we are questioning, we can never know where that thing came from. It's impossible. It's like you trying to count till infinity. That's my wisdom that I'm giving you. If you want to know how something is made, make it yourself. If you're not willing to put in the work necessary to make that thing, then you're not worthy to have that knowledge. If you want to know how human beings were made, make one. Make one from scratch. Listen, set out on a journey to make a human being from scratch. Then you will know if it was possible.
If you want to know if God exists or not, you have to make God for yourself.
You have to become God. If you want to know if God exists, you have to become it.
How do you become God?
That's the correct question you're supposed to be asking. Now, thank you for your time. When you find out, come and let us know, brokers. We are also wondering. Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate you. How do you?
No, you don't get it, right?
No,
Listen.
Thank you for your time, bro. It's okay. I need to go to the next guest now.
Listen, there's something.
I need to go to the next guest, bro. You're not the only guy. But that was a very good question.
Hello.
What's up, Katrina?
I'm finding pleasure and pain in your conversation. Pleasure and pain because you are enlightened. I know you are.
I hear a slight smile on your face shows that you have a high endurance for pain, and you're not.
No, I like wisdom. I like wisdom, even if it comes from sources that might be a little bit different. So the way you teach is a little bit different, and I do like it. Sometimes it's a bit whoa. It can be like a bit extremist, kind of. But at the same time, I know that you're in depth because I've just listened to a couple of the things that you have said, and I know you've done your history. So that's important. So that's good. I wanted actually just to say to you, because I know I wasn't going to be read on the lives, that I look at the stars. I enjoy looking at the stars. I don't look at the stars that people tell you to look at because I don't like to be like programmed. I just like to look into the stars to see what I see. And when I was doing that, I found a face. And then I found another face. And then I realized that's the Black Madonna. So I marked it because in my mind, that kind of makes sense of where the stories arrived, because I know how people used to talk at night and they used to like to look at stars and point to things and say stuff. So I think that you might find that interesting because to me, because there are faces up there, and once you see them, because I do shoot astrophotography, once you actually see the faces, you cannot remove them from the core. They're just there.
Let me ask you a question. How many constellations are in the sky?
Oh, that's an impossible thing for me to answer, sir.
Okay, that means that there cannot be 12 months in a year. So
Yeah.
anybody whose brain works solely off a 12-month calendar and a 12-hour rotation of the clock, you have already been hypnotized. That's
Yeah,
hypnosis.
is it 13 years in a cycle? Because I know it sounds mad, but I do study, and I noticed that this year is the first year.
It's not even 13 either.
Is it? No, I don't think of it of years anymore. I think of it in
Let me give you an
cycles
example.
of,
So
like,
you
for
and I
example,
once
the weather right now is in England. I can't speak for your country, but the weather right now in England is matching the exact weather from 13 years ago. Through down to the late dropping of the leaves, to the exactly where the sun is, because when I started my photography, the sun had certain positions, and then when they started moving, I started learning about the world, let's say, because I was kind of watching nature. So I'm noticing that now the pattern of right now is exactly the same pattern that it was 13 years ago, to the point I was able to predict it.
It cannot be the same pattern because it's a different point in time. But I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean.
No, it is the same pattern as in there was things that happened in nature that made me ask questions. Like, for example, I asked a question in a September, how comes the leaves haven't left? In February, some of the leaves were still on the trees, and I said, what's going to happen with the leaves that drop late? Then we got snow twice, and then I realized all of the snow decayed the leaf. So I was like, okay, so snow's a leaf decayer. If the leaves fall late here in England, then we might have a lot of snow like in March and February to clear it, or a lot of water. There's different ways that it will react, but I noticed that the same pattern of 13 years ago when I first started studying has come back again, to the point that the whole of last summer I was predicting the weather like people would have thought I was a weather predictor, but it's not. It's just because I
I would
studied.
like to go into the details of the things you're saying. As you notice, I don't have too much time. What I was
Yes.
gonna make a comment on your star analogy.
Yeah.
Was okay. This is not just for you. This is for everyone listening to me. There is a reason why there is more than one calendar in the world, and you would know that you've truly, 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 you will know that you're free from the system if you have in written form a calendar that you made for yourself. If you haven't yet made a calendar for yourself, then you're still living under somebody else's impression of what reality should be. So someone is still controlling your own reality to a certain extent. Once you've made your own calendar, you should make your own clock, right? Like you should measure time. That's like the true epitome of freedom. If you don't have time to make your own clock, measure time with your breath or measure time with your heartbeat. If you don't have time for that, then you should concede that, okay, I'm willing to be free from the system, except when it comes to my perception of time, which is fine either. That's fine, right? You're not necessarily completely indoctrinated. But the 12 months of the year, 365 days, right? All those rotations. There's a reason why all the months in the year are not even. It's not because that's how nature occurs. No, somebody wants it like that. In certain levels of mathematics, there's a way that you can program a human being's brain waves if you make them repeat certain things in specific orders. So it is a form of control as well. Now, I know that the new year has passed, but stop setting new year resolutions, okay? If you want to be successful in your life in 2024, please listen to me carefully, my friends. This is the best advice you would have heard all year. Maybe for some of you, it will be the best advice of your life. Stop setting New Year's resolution. The moment you set a New Year resolution, you mentally invalidate all the work you've already done. So like there never comes a time when you need to form a new resolution. You're supposed to resolute yourself once in your life only. Once in your life. Once you've resoluted yourself once in your life, your entire life becomes just one calendar, one revolution. Your life, your entire life is a complete revolution, right?
So can I ask, so are you of, like, I no longer do birthdays. So I'm not doing birthdays anymore. Take it away. So are you also in agreement that you shouldn't do birthdays and you shouldn't count
Yeah, this with birthdays,
in that way?
there's a little bit of birthdays kind of tie back into what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, of being back controlled into the time thingy
So listen,
of others.
just because I'm saying it just because you brought up this topic, right? If you had a way to quantify and qualify every decision you've ever made, and if you only have a single life resolution, you can almost know to the exact dot when you're going to die, if you know exactly when you were born. That's why I said your whole life is one rotation, one revolution. So the clock of your life only goes around once. It doesn't go around many times. So,
hear that.
so you need to have a good knowledge of self. Like you have to really know yourself. I'm not just talking about your pride. Oh, I'm a hardworking person. No, you need to know your habits, your tendencies. You need to know your personalities. You have more than one personality for sure. You need to know your thinking processes. You need to know your thought patterns. Like you need to be aware with, like you're like a machine that you have to maintain. If you know yourself that well, you can almost tell when you're going to go out of service. Like
Can I ask you one more question on the same thing?
Sure,
Do
go
you
ahead.
believe that the moon, not the moon, but the winds and maybe the pull of the waves, do you believe it affects us? I've been studying it a little bit more recently,
Everything
and I've
around us
noticed.
affects us.
I tell you what, I've been studying not only the full moon or the new moon, but I've also been studying the times, like actually checking the times. Like, oh, I'm a bit hot-headed. I wonder if the tide is low or high. And then I've been checking it during. Do you?
To be serious, my sister, I wish I could let you, like I said, but I don't understand the dynamics of all of that personally like that. If you're having any type of profound experiences like that, just pattern it out. Pattern it out. Like, look at the pattern and produce.
Yeah, I've patterned, but I wonder if anybody else has, because it's kind of like I walk around with these patterns that sometimes, no, I can't really find people to bounce off with the patterns yet to see if they've like found anything.
If you can produce consistent results, then it will be easy for you to give it to other people. But anything that you're suggesting in this life, if it cannot be practically given to other people, then it almost becomes like a tale, you know. So anything that anyone listening to me right now, anything that you have to give to the world, make it practical. Like, for example, I just gave you a practical thing that you can practice. Stop setting New Year resolutions. Stop.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
Like, your life doesn't cease. Your life doesn't pause, and then all of a sudden restart again. So just mentally, it will help you. Thank you so much for your time.
Really appreciate that. Peace and love and blessings to you. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Stop believing in God. Your belief in God, believe in God, is making you depressed, and you have no one to share it with. But you can talk to me, okay? If you believe in God and you know that God doesn't exist, but you don't know how to stop believing, you're in the right place at the right time. I will set you free. That is a promise. Strong. I don't know what's happening, Strong, but your stuff keeps going on and off. So what do you have to say? TikTok doesn't want to let
Oh,
you.
hi. Okay, you're saying that love is not real. So you think that love is an illusion.
No.
Why? What then?
What people call love is a nameless affection that ought to be experienced without being named. So the moment you name it, you destroy the value of it. So love becomes like, how do I put it? Useless the moment you call it love. So think about it, okay? Human beings have the ability to experience things that we give names to. And then there are some things that we experience that we don't know what it is. Or we know what it is, but we don't name it. The sentiments that you are feeling, that you are calling love, loses its value the moment you call it love, because of how love is defined. Love is defined as though it's the same for everybody, but unfortunately it's not. So that affection of attraction or desire can never be the same for two people, and it cannot even be the same for the same person twice. It's different every time. So it's so different, you shouldn't name it. It's just the type of thing that you experience. It's like a dream. When you had a dream last night, you don't have to get up and tell people about your dream. They cannot understand if what you're saying is even true. So whatever it is that you're experiencing that you call love, stop talking about it.
But okay, when you say love is not real, you can also say hunger is not real.
What is hunger?
Yeah, what is hunger exactly?
That's what I've asked you. What's hunger?
Yeah, what is hunger? You don't speak English?
Is hunger a sentiment?
What? I don't believe that we can survive without love. It's the same thing. We cannot survive without hunger.
Sister.
Or, you know what I mean?
Listen. Hunger and love are not the same thing. They're not even
It
parallel.
is.
No.
It is.
You see, you are literally sitting down here telling me that love is hunger. That's the problem with love.
But no, listen. You cannot survive without food.
Sister, you are literally trying to convince me that love is hunger.
You cannot survive. You cannot survive without food.
Sister,
It's the same thing with It's the
I don't
same
know.
thing
I
with
don't know if you
love.
heard me earlier,
It
right?
is.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, right? The problem with love is because it cannot be defined. So when people try to define it, they jack it up, they mess it up. You literally just sat down here and told me that love is hunger. That's not what love is. Love is not hunger. That means you don't know what love is.
It is the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Yes.
You know what that means? You know, okay, let me ask you a question. What is the opposite of
Thank
love?
you.
What is the opposite of love?
What do you think?
What is the opposite of love? I've asked you the question. If you don't want to answer, you can leave.
No,
Star.
no, don't mute me
Okay, then answer my
or kick
question.
me.
What is the opposite of love?
That's a weird question to ask.
What is the opposite of love?
Sadness, I think.
Do you know why you think very hard, my dear? Do you
What?
know? Do you know why you had to think about it very hard?
But you're thinking too.
I know what it is. I'm asking you, do you know why you had to think hard about it? To be fair.
No, I just think it's an odd question.
Okay, then just tell me, what is the opposite? In the English language, love is an English word, right? What's the opposite of love?
Okay, first of all, English is not my first language. It's my
Okay.
third.
Okay, but what is the opposite of love?
I just told you.
What is it?
I just told you.
What is it? Say it again.
Sadness.
If sadness is the opposite of love, then what is the opposite of happiness? Because you are trying. If you knew what love is, you would know exactly what its opposite was. Because that's how English works. Right? Unfortunately, that's how language works. But you don't know what love is. So love changes for you. Every morning you get up, you define it differently. So you came to my show and love was hunger to you. You know?
No, Quincy J. I didn't say he doesn't speak English. I told him I don't speak English.
Somebody else said that love was a frequency. Somebody else said love was a force. People are confused. It's called confusion. What you guys are doing is that you're confusing yourselves because you're trying to define something that should not be defined.
Listen, I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to understand you.
So, thank you. I think you understand me. Thank you for your
No,
time.
you're brainwashed. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh man, let's see this. You see what I'm saying? Somebody said love was a frequency. Those of you who think that love is real, come up here and tell me what love is. You don't know what love is. Everyone listening to, there's no one right now listening to me who knows what love is. You have something in your head that you think love is, but when you think about it, it's not really it.
Hello.
What's up, man? Go straight to your point.
Good, how you doing?
You can see how I'm doing, bro. Go straight to your point.
Why you become strange? Don't be rude.
I'm not rude, bro. This is just how I'm talking. If you think I'm rude, that's just you. Don't receive my behavior as rudeness. Just go straight to your point, bro.
Yeah, my point is you should stop this nonsense. If you want to get views, then you can say it. Don't confuse people.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes, you are doing bullshit, and there's nothing you can get from it. People like you confusing the world.
Okay, sure. So, sure, brother. Is that all you got?
You should not come here and confusing people to stop believing in
bro,
God.
Bro, you've already said that now. Are you
You
going
can
to
believe in you, man.
Okay, bro. No, sure, no problem. What else?
Yeah, I want you to stop this bullshit and apologize, man. You're not doing good things.
Okay, sure. What else?
That's all I came to tell you. That what you're doing is not,
I want you
making
to stand
sense.
up on your. I want you to stand up on your two legs and put your head between your two legs. When you do that, then I'll apologize. Okay? Stand up on your two legs and then put your head between your two legs. If you can do that, then I will apologize. Until then, thank you for your time.
You apologize to God, not me.
Some of you guys are living in a box. What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Go straight to your point, brother. What you got?
Straight to my point. My point is, bro. Love, bro. Like I know you have a mom and you have a dad and you probably have brothers and sisters. So if your mom tell you she loves you, what would you tell her? Or you never hear nobody never tell you they love you in your life before?
If you tell me that you love me, I'll say thank you.
Okay, so you never ask them what it mean when
Why
they tell
will
you
I
they love you?
assume? Why will I assume that they're using a word?
Because why would you accept something if you don't know what it means then?
Because if I can read body language, if they do it out of good gesture, then I don't really need to investigate. I just say thank you.
Yeah, but you're saying something to somebody that you're not welcome it, but you're just still saying thank you.
Of course. Because sometimes that's how you respond to someone in order to avoid conflict. You just say thank you. Okay. Anything else? You have anything else for me?
Yeah, I have a lot, bro. I can tell you the whole Bible if you needed to be right now. Because I'm not saying, hey, you believe there's atheist people and you believe in whatever you want to believe in. I believe in people believe in whatever they want to believe in. But to me, first of all, if you look at whatever this phone right now we're using TikTok, somebody built it. Somebody make it. So somebody got to make us. And whoever make us as people have to love us to make us. And if you don't have love inside of you, which other people, there's different level of love, if you understand, because you're here talking about one level of love. There's many different ways of love. How you show it, how you approach it, how you respond to it. There's different levels of that. Okay? So you can't come and say love is not real when you don't know the different level of love. Do you know different levels of love? There's different level of love. Do you believe in different level of loves?
Do you love me?
Huh? I love you as a godly person, as a human being on earth.
No, don't. I didn't ask you what you love me as. Ask you a
Yes.
simple question.
I love everybody. Well, here's the deal. Well, hold on. Let me talk. Let me say something.
You hold up.
You asked me if I love you, and I say yes. In the terms of, and let me explain what I said.
Stop talking, bro. Stop talking. If you fight with me, I'll drop you, bro. There's 13 guests in line. I want to go straight to your point. I want the flow conversation. Don't begin to fight with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you love me? Yes or no? I don't want explanation. Just yes.
Yes. God is love.
I need $5,000.
So once I have God inside of me, I love everybody.
I need $5,000 right now. Can you give me $5,000?
Huh? That doesn't make love give you money, love. What the heck you talking about, bro? Say, get your mindset, man. That doesn't make
love your stuff, bro.
give you 5,000, bro. Hey,
$5,000.
I have it, and I would. Why would I? I would rather go give my mom and my dad. And what the?
Why would I?
Love doesn't mean that you give money. Love doesn't mean that you give money.
So now love doesn't mean to give money, huh?
Why would love mean you give money?
So hold on. Love.
If you give money, unless you have a problem that you need a help in, that somebody, if you have a medical problem or something.
Stop talking, bro. Stop talking, bro. If love doesn't mean to give money, that means that there's nothing worth it of your love. Because what are you going to give me? Empty words? That's what you guys think that love is. You guys think that love is a bunch of empty words, right? When I then ask you to give me something which is valuable to you, you refuse. Because that's not what love is to you. Love has nothing to do with something that is something that's valuable. If money is not love, then give that money to me. Money has value. Your love has no value. If your love doesn't have enough value to where you can part ways with your money, it's because you value money more than love, and your love is fake.
No, bro, that's not the point of this. That's not the point. Not because someone don't want to give you money, that doesn't mean like
if you don't want to give me money to solve my problems, you don't love me.
But you don't explain your problem. Do you explain your problem?
Why do I need to explain my problem? Just give me the money by faith.
No, because you don't know if you're lying about it or not, and I will give it to you no matter what. But I'm just saying, in general, you have to explain the problem first before we give you.
Right now, right here.
You go to the bank. You go to the bank. You can tell the bank give you money without you taking your money out the bank.
Bro, I'm not doing this argument thing with people, bro. For real. Next guest. There's a lot of guests in line, y'all. So do not be doing this shit. Listen, that is why Christians say they love people, but I have never seen a Christian who took a homeless person from the street and took them to their house and gave them a place to live. I've never seen a Christian who does that. Your love is as fake as the water that falls from the sky and evaporates before it touches the ground. Your Christian love, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. So whoever believes in him should not perish. But you guys don't love the world enough to take a homeless man and live with them in your house. Impossible. Jesus cannot and has never saved anyone. Stop believing in God. Your belief in
Bakanga, how are you?
you depressed and you have no one to share it with. So listen, like I said, there are many of you listening to me right now who believe in God because you have to, because everything around you forces you to, even though you know that God doesn't exist. The day you make up your mind that you're going to live in the world understanding that God doesn't exist, it's almost as though you will be born again. Like, you will not believe that you spend so much time living in a box, in a small, tiny, narrow-minded box. What's up, Elijah? Go straight to
But Bakanga, I'm not here to argue with you about God. Obviously, I've been enjoying the conversations that you've been having. I just wanted to say a couple of things. You said something about, I'm Igbo, by the way. I hope you don't have a problem with Igbo people because you were saying something about Igbo people before. I just would like to say that please give us some respect. You understand? We're not a religious people, we're not a religion, we're people, a tribe, you understand? Igbo people. So please don't come for the Igbos on your live, okay? And
I was just saying that back in the day, you guys used to sacrifice twins at some point in your history, right?
Okay.
That is a tradition that Igbo people need to learn so they can fix. Because
I misunderstood you on that one. I just wanted to also say, when you were cooking that Muslim guy, for the next of your Muslim guys, ask them always about the Prophet Muhammad and Aisha, because they can never get past that one and the whole marriage of that one. So when they start trying to talk about that stuff here and start trying to talk about, how Muhammad is exalted above it, ask them that one. And also, you said something to the Muslim guy. I just wanted to say quickly. You said superiority complex, but it's inferiority complex, so that you don't look stupid, you understand? Because I know what you meant, and you are right, because they have an inferiority complex, you understand? They definitely do. And you also asked about the indigenous English people. That's the Anglo-Saxons, okay? But in all, you're giving me banter and jokes this morning. I'm enjoying watching you cook some of these Muslims and stuff like that. But when you get one of them again, just ask them again about what age did Muhammad marry Aisha?
When you're playing chess, do you use your best move first?
Okay. Obviously, but it depends. If I want to checkmate in 5 moves.
There's a level of intelligence that a Muslim has to have for me to want to put him in checkmate before we even start the game.
Okay.
If I can win the chess game at the amateur level, I don't need to be putting some critical move on you. But if some Muslim sheikh or imam came up here and he's so smart, and I will ask him the Aisha question, and I will word it in a way that he will mumble for like 5 minutes. Then I'll be like, you know what I'm saying? But,
I know what you're saying.
Thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate you. But
thank you as well. Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem with the Igbos now. No problem with the Igbos.
Okay, good.
All right. I'm surprised I haven't yet gotten anybody up here rebuking me in Jesus' name. It's usually around this time that I get somebody coming up and saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Greetings to you.
Greetings to you.
Good rising. Please, I was here listening to you and then about the twin of it. Me too, I'm from Igbo. We do not unalive any twins. We don't do it. In our dialect, we call it ejima. Ejima is something that people use it to identify the person, that this person has twins. Like, you can call it mama twins or mama ejima. So we do not unalive
That's
twins.
what I was saying now, my sister. I was saying that back in your old tradition, there used to be an old tradition in Igbo land where They used to sacrifice twins for some reason. I don't know if that's anything to do directly with
It is
Obanj's
not true.
or
Is
that of
when the
Obanjo,
European
but
came
I've had
to our
many
place.
I've had many Igbo people come up here and
Yeah, I
attest
think
to that.
you should do more research about it. Don't listen to people, please.
Of course, I
Yes,
definitely need to do more research about it, but to the best of
yes,
my
because
knowledge,
it's all lies.
to the many Igbos that I have spoken to, that they have confirmed. Listen, it's not just in Igbo land. Oh. In some
Even
African
in
tribes.
Calabar, even
Yeah,
in Calabar
yeah.
too. That is why I say you need to
Hold
do
up, hold up,
research.
hold up.
Okay.
In many African tribes, they used to eliminate albinos. If the baby came as an albino, they will say that that baby is an evil child, because what kind of human being cannot sit under the sun? You know, the fire of the sun is the anger of the gods. So those were many superstitions. Meanwhile, our albinos are some of our most beautiful brothers and sisters. If we just had a great medical system, man, I mean, you come to Africa and we'll be like rainbow. We'll be like a rainbow. You know, we'll be so worthy to behold. I mean, we're already fantastic. We are bombastically fantastic the way we are right now. But imagine our albinos with fair skin that is untouched and unharmed by the sun. You know, yes, it is true that, but they can live a perfectly fine life if we take care of them. But we are busily worshiping Jesus and bowing to Muhammad, putting our ass in the sky and our head on the ground. Doing what? When we should be developing things that will allow us to take care of each other. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean, sister. No harm against Igbo people. I was using that as an example to show how we have old traditions that we need to go back to our roots, learn them. Even if there's evil stuff in it, we can still fix it. But at the end of the day, we will never lose our identity. You will never have to call your son John. No, you'll be able to call your son with your own tribal language. That will be his identity. You will not need to call your son Yusef or Alaji or some type of Islamic name. No, you will not have to do that. We Africans, we're the only ones that borrow other people's names. You don't see anyone borrowing our names. I've never seen a white guy called Mutombo. I've never seen a white guy called Mutombo. I've never seen an Arab called Jakatunde. Imagine you see an Arab guy called Tunde. You'll be very shocked. But we Africans, we have to borrow names. Thank you for your time.
We are
I
brainwashed.
appreciate you.
Thank you, dear. I really like you, seriously. I would not say I love you before you start asking me questions.
Hey. How do you
I
say
will
in
go
Igbo?
there.
How do you say in Igbo when you have affection for someone? How do you say it?
From Ginanya.
What does that mean? Break it down.
Okay, if I want to break it down with my own little knowledge, I would say it's love.
No,
From Ginanya.
don't summarize it. I want you to break it down in Igbo itself.
Okay, afọ gị n'anya ọ pụtara sị na m fụrụ gị n'anya sị na m chọrọ ka mụ na gị nọrọ mụ na gị biri
We know you
di
can speak
na
your
nwaanyị
language.
or anything.
We know you can speak your language, but I want you to, okay, you said it with many words, but when you translate it to English, you only use one word. There's no way that's what love is. Love cannot be many words in Igbo and then only one word in English, right? If you make it only one word in English, that means you have cheated me from the true meaning. So I want you to give me the meaning of every individual word that you used.
My dear, I will not lie to you. I really need to learn my language back too.
That's it.
Now you got me. I said it.
Yes.
You got me. That is why I want to run away.
Yes, you need to learn your language. If you tell me, if I ask you, if you say something to me in Igbo and you say a whole sentence, and I say to you, what does it mean? And you say it means love, one word in English. Is that not madness? How can it mean love? It cannot mean love. It has to mean something much more than love, because you use many words. And in Igbo, every word has meaning. Every word has meaning.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop believing in God and start living life in the real world. Keep it under 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. When you come up, please go straight to your point. Keep it under 1 minute. I really want to get through everyone. Jesus cannot and has never saved anyone. What's up, Skipper? Hello? Next guest.
Hello.
You have too much noise in your background. Too much
You
noise.
hear me?
Too much noise.
Hello.
Too much noise. Sorry.
Why are you so angry?
What's up, man? What you got?
Well, I just wanted to say that you have no evidence that God is not real. All evidence points to a creator, and you're very angry. And if you don't love your mother, that shows a lot about you. If you don't love your siblings, that shows a lot about you. If you don't love your father, that shows a lot about you. I think you know that you're spewing like blasphemy, and I think you know that you know the truth and that there is a God. You're just mad about something. Like, what affected you in the church? What affected you in the Bible? Who hurt you? What happened?
My brain started to work, and I stopped being a domestic human like you clearly are, and I stopped
Oh, I'm a
wagging my tail.
domestic human? How am I a domestic human?
Because you can't think for yourself.
Oh, I think for myself because
Okay,
you know what's up?
hold up. You can think for yourself? You sure about that?
I think for myself every single day, yeah.
Prove to me that Lord Shiva is not God.
That who?
Lord Shiva is not God.
It's not God.
Prove to me. No. Prove to me that Shiva is not God.
Prove to me you're not having a dream right now.
Exactly. The fact that you deflected from my question is indicative of the fact that you're full of shit and you're
No,
domestic.
it's not. No,
Okay,
so
then
you want me to
prove to me
no.
that
Stop
Lord
talking.
Shiva,
Stop
the
talking.
Hindu
Stop
God,
talking.
is not
You want
God.
me to no listen. So
Prove
listen,
to
you
me
want
that
me
Lord,
no
bro,
listen.
bro, what
No,
did Hindu hurt you,
listen.
bro? Bro,
Listen, listen.
did the
You
Hindus
want
hurt
me
you,
to
bro?
prove listen, you
Bro, did
want
the
me
Hindu
to
hurt you, bro?
are
Or
you
who
gonna
hurt you?
listen or no? Are you gonna listen or no? You want me to
Bro,
prove
of
God
course
to
I'm not
you?
gonna listen to you because you
Yeah,
weren't listening to
exactly.
me.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep
Were you
spewing because you
listening
know
to
I'm
me?
about to get on you. You know
Were
I'm
you
about to
listening
get
to
on
me?
you, and you're about to be
Were
embarrassed,
you
bro.
listening to me?
Oh, I'm about to get on you. I'm about to
Were
embarrass
you
you.
listening to, bro? You
So
ain't getting
listen.
nothing, bro. If as soon as
Oh,
I
I
want to
am.
take you
I'm
down,
on you,
you take me
bro.
down if
I'm
you don't
on
want to
you.
behave yourself.
So
Because
listen.
you're acting
Listen.
like
I
the
can't prove
typical
anything.
Christian.
I can't prove my God
You
exists
are
because
acting
proof is
like
a
the typical
absolute
Christian.
proof. I know my God exists based on
You are
my
acting like
personal
a typical
experience. You
Christian.
have
I
to
didn't
personally
ask you that
experience
question.
Him.
That's not what I asked you.
You're
I said
talking
to
over me,
you,
bro.
prove to me that Lord Shiva is not God. I don't want to hear Christian propaganda. I want you to give me facts that Lord
There's no
Shiva,
such
the
thing
God
as
of the
Christian
Hindu.
propaganda. There's no
Bro,
such thing as
I don't
Christian
want to hear
propaganda.
you give me any Christian propaganda. I want you to only use facts and reason to tell me why Lord Shiva, the supreme God of the Hindu, is not God. If you can't do that, then you and your religion are full of shit and you can leave anytime, bro.
No, what evidence is there of this God?
Your ignorance.
Exactly. Yeah,
Ignorance.
exactly. You don't have
Bro,
evidence of this God.
did the
There's no
Hindus hurt you,
evidence of the
bro?
Hindu
Bro, what
gods.
did the Hindus
Hindu
do to
people
you?
believe in thousands of gods. Hindu
Bro,
people
what
believe
did
in
the Hindus
thousands
do
of
to
gods.
you? And can you prove that those thousands of God don't exist?
Oh, I can. Yeah, there's
Okay,
no
prove it.
evidence.
Prove it.
There's no evidence. Give me the evidence.
There's no evidence that the Christian God exists.
Yes, there is. What are you
Where?
talking about? What are
Where?
you talking about?
Where?
The Bible is historically accurate.
Okay,
Many scholars believe
hold on,
that.
hold on. Are you sure the Bible is historically accurate?
Yeah, I'm positive. And many archaeological. There's
Hold
no,
on.
no. I'm
Stop
not.
talking,
No, no,
bro.
no, no,
Stop
no,
talking, bro.
no.
It's
Stop
a yes or
talking.
no
Stop
question.
talking.
I asked you a yes or no question, okay? Like I said, bro, listen, bro. I don't give a shit how you feel, bro. If you're not gonna respect me on my show, you can leave anytime.
You
I'm
don't
not gonna
respect
leave my house
nobody.
to sleep.
You don't
Bro, you can
respect
leave at
nobody.
any time. And if
You
you
don't
even
respect
want,
nobody.
you can give me your permission to block you. I would do it. If you want to stay here and talk to me, bro,
You will
answer my
block me because you
questions
know I'm
and
the
stop
truth.
rambling on.
You know I got the truth, bro. That's why you want to block me.
Are you sure that the Bible is historically accurate?
Yes, I'm positive.
Where did Cain get his wife from?
Cain, the Bible doesn't say.
Where did Cain get
Oh,
his wife from in a world, according to the Bible, where there's only 4 humans?
so the Bible is inaccurate because it doesn't mention who's
Bro,
Cain's wife
Adam and
is.
Eve had
But
2
your point is
sons.
so invalid, bro. You're so
Devere,
invalid.
stop talking and listen so you can answer.
You're just
Adam and Eve,
invalid, bro.
who were the first 2 sons of Adam and Eve?
Cain and Abel.
When Cain killed Abel, he went and got a wife. Where did the wife come from?
It was in the future. It was later. It was later on when there was a village.
Where did the villagers come from?
So how does this prove the Bible is not historically
Bro,
accurate?
where
See
did
how
the
ignorant you
villagers
are?
come from?
Do you see how you're ignorant, bro?
Where
How does
did
that
the
prove it's
villagers
not?
come from, bro? Now you're running
You
away,
just
right? Everyone can see you
I'm
running
not
away.
running away. I'm not running away.
Where did the villagers come from?
That was based on when there was more people, when there was already
Where did the people come
production.
from? Adam and Eve only had 2 sons, and one is dead. Where did the people come from, bro?
God. Where did Adam and Eve come from? God.
Hold on. God made extra people?
Yeah.
Give me the chapter and verse. Give me chapter and verse.
I don't have my Bible right now.
You uneducated Christian. Thank you for your time.
I'm not uneducated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see what I'm saying? They come and try to argue with their feelings. There's only 4 people in the world. Where does he get a wife from? It's a fairy tale. It's a myth. It's a myth. It's a mythology. It's not history. What's up, compassionate?
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Doing all right. What you got for me?
Good. No, I don't. It's not what I got for you. What do you have for me? I want to hear what you have. I just got on live and I found this very interesting. So I wanted you to teach me something.
I cannot teach you if you don't ask me a question.
So who were you talking about with that gentleman? What was his name? Your leader. Who do you worship?
I don't worship anyone.
Really? Well, you were saying somebody. You were saying a name. What was his name?
Whose name? Oh, Lord Shiva. That's the Hindu god.
Oh, okay. So
So,
do they have, does your religion have a book that you read from?
It's not my religion, but yeah, they do have books.
Interesting. Where could I get one?
You can go and look up the Mahabharata and look up any Hindu scriptures. They have a bunch. It's the oldest. It's officially recognized as the oldest religion on earth.
Really?
Yes, Hinduism is the oldest religion on earth.
Well, I studied a little Hinduism. I studied a little Buddhism.
So do
I
you know
studied a
about-
little
do you
bit
know
of different
about-
religions. Pardon me?
Have you read the Mahabharata?
No. I just studied about the gods and the leaders, not too much in depth, but enough to know the truth from a lie. However, I'm not here to debate with you, but I'm very interested in how you know about Cain and Abel if you only serve a Hindu god. How do you know about Cain and
I
Abel?
don't serve a Hindu god.
Well, then who are you serving? You
Nobody.
gotta be serving somebody.
No, I don't.
You gotta be serving somebody.
No, I don't.
How did you create yourself? Did you ask to be born? Did you ask your mom and dad to create you? Did you
No.
ask them to create? No.
I can tell you the reason why I don't serve anyone.
Okay.
I'm a wild human. I'm not a domestic human. I don't have a shepherd. I don't have an honor. You see, I like the fact that you asked me the question that I have to serve someone. Yes, you're correct. From the mentality of a domestic animal, all animals have shepherds.
Now wait a minute. Hold on. Now if we don't you take me to that animal business, because I'm not fond of this, because I'll tell you why. I am from the USA and I have heard my whole life and I do not like it. I don't like it. I have heard that African American people come from monkeys, okay? And that's wrong. I don't care who, I don't care what color we are. We all bleed. Now listen.
That's not related to what I was saying, though.
No, but you're talking about domestic. Domestic what? What did you say?
I'm contrasting the domestic nature of domestic animals with the wild nature of wild animals. And science does tell us that life in this world is divided between plants and animals, and human beings fall under that category of animals that we call mammals. We just have different cognitive abilities that allow us to dominate the food chain, but ultimately we are still animals. So we can be domestic or we can be wild. Just like in the animal kingdom, you have wild and you have domestic. So,
So,
so some
how?
human beings are domesticated and some are not.
Okay. So then, could you please tell me how we are breathing without being on breathing machines? How are we breathing? If there is no creator, if we all are serving ourselves, how are we breathing without being on breathing machines? How is this? I don't understand. I'm trying to understand this because of the fact that if we weren't created by something or somebody, okay, why aren't we on breathing machines? Why aren't we carrying around breathing machines?
You're
Do you know what a
assuming
breathing
that
machine is?
you're assuming that we would have to be carrying breathing machines due to your lack of understanding of how fundamentally the biology of living things work. Air and oxygen. You see, human beings breathe air, right? And the air is primarily made of breathable air is primarily made out of at least 30% oxygen. Any more than that becomes toxic. And about the rest of it is nitrogen, right? We have small mixtures of other gases, but the air mixture that human beings inhale that is good
Well, who
for them
created?
is
Well,
mostly
who created the oxygen?
relax,
Who
relax,
created the oxygen?
relax. I'm gonna get there, okay?
Okay.
Human beings breathe that in order to live as part of the ecosystem, which is natural and environmental. So it's not something that was created. That's the universe. That's how things have always been. It's just that the process of life is finding a habitat within the chaotic environment and surviving for as long as possible. You clearly know what evolution says, right? And there is evidence. There's evidence that human beings have adapted and changed
Well,
over
there's
time.
evidence, but there's also scientific evidence. There's also scientists that are also admitting that God is the creator because they
Not
are
necessarily.
validating proof.
Even if human beings were engineered, it wasn't the work of a god because we can clearly see mistakes, visible mistakes in the engineering process. Mistakes which can also be the product of natural circumstances and mistakes that can also be the product of the lack of complete mastery over the engineering that was used to perhaps genetically engineer human beings. It's not impossible that human beings could have been genetically engineered. It's absolutely not impossible, but it clearly for sure was not the work of some absolute almighty God. And for certain, it is not the work of a single entity. By far not, because a child being born with cancer and passing away at 2 months old is not the work of a god. It's the work of if someone intentionally does that, that's a sadistic, wicked, narcissistic, polluted, perverted entity. But
That's right, and that makes it a demonic spirit. Now everything was created from the spirit. Everything occurs in the spiritual realm before it manifests to the earth.
compassionate.
Yes.
God is either the creator or he's not. You do not hold anyone responsible for another man's work. If God did not create the world, then yes, let's blame somebody else. But if God made it, if it's fucked up, it's his fault. Period. You don't need to dance gymnastics.
No.
That's not how. Listen.
No, it's not his.
That's not how.
It's not his fault because I'll tell you why. Can I tell you why it's not his fault, please?
You cannot tell me why, because according to the book of Jeremiah, the pot cannot ask the potter, why did you make me so? So it's not like your God of the Bible denies credit for making human beings jacked up. He says it himself. He's the potter. So
Well, you should now listen. You're contradicting yourself. Listen to me. Listen to what you're saying. You know the Bible, yet you believe in something false. You're confused. Let me help you.
compassionate.
Yes, sweetie.
I can tell that you cannot keep up with me, which is fair. But
Yeah, no, maybe it's because I'm doing this on purpose.
no, hold up.
Did you ever think of that?
No, you're not doing it on purpose because I know how to do reverse psychology, and you don't know if I'm doing it on purpose, right? Of course, like.
But you don't know who I am. You don't know who I am, sweetheart. You don't know who I am.
Yes,
You
I
just. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I
Well,
do.
then where do I live? If you know who I am, how did we.
Who you are.
Who am I?
Listen, I'll tell you.
Okay, tell me.
You can know a tree by its fruits. Can you not?
Oh, no, wait. Does that come from your book that you read?
No.
Does that come from your book that you read?
I'm African. We grew up in the jungle. That's just common sense.
No, sweetheart. Listen,
So hold on. Are you trying to insinuate that Africans have been in the jungle for years, but we didn't know that you can know a tree by its fruit?
You have the Bible.
I hope
Look,
I'm not limited.
what part of Africa are you from? Because I want to come see you. What part of Africa are you from? Because I want to come see you.
I'm not even in Africa. I'm in California, and you can pray for me.
Oh my goodness! Why are you teasing me? Okay, so what part of Africa are you from?
Well, I'm from Wakanda, but look.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm from.
Well, California's even closer to me then.
Are you saying that Africans could have lived in the jungle? And honestly, I just came from Hawaii 2 weeks ago, right? And Hawaii has mangoes sprouting on the trees right now. Every human being in this world, even monkeys, know that you can know a tree by its fruit. I know you because of the behavior that you have demonstrated. I can tell that you believe in God. Now, you've intentionally chosen to take a non-hostile approach, which shows that your indoctrination is not that of extremism. And yet, you're still a fanatic to a certain extent because you make an appeal to spiritual things. Do you not?
I make an appeal to spiritual things?
Would you consider yourself spiritual?
No, I wouldn't consider myself spiritual.
Good. I like that you said that because that's a lie, obviously. But check this out.
No, I wouldn't consider myself spiritual.
Hold up. You're not spiritual.
Yes.
So you do not
I
have
would
the Holy
not.
Spirit. So you do not have
Pardon me?
You do not have the
Pardon
Holy
me?
Spirit. You do not have the Holy Spirit.
Do you?
No, I'm asking you. I'm not a Christian. I don't have the Holy Spirit. That's bullshit.
Yes, sweetie, we all have. God created us in the likeness of Him. So that means we are mind, body, and spirit.
Do you have the Holy Spirit?
You have such a sweet smile. Look at you. Yes, I have the Holy Spirit in me, and so do you. It's just that it needs activated.
Does that mean
you need?
If you have the
I
Holy
can't.
Spirit in you, does that mean you're spiritual?
I can't. I cannot barely hear you. I'm sorry. You're. Go ahead. Come again. What do you say?
The Holy Spirit, right?
Yes, we all do, sweetie. We all created in the likeness of God.
I'm not talking about all of us. I'm talking about just you for right now. Because you told me I don't know who you are. And I'm trying to show you that I do know who you are just by getting a few words from you. It usually doesn't take me. It usually doesn't.
That's what you think. Well, do you want to get to know? Do you want to get to know another person of me? Like I'm more than one person.
I have no doubt that you could have multiple personalities.
Okay. So
all human beings
does that mean I'm not no more Christian?
No.
Does that make me not no more having the Holy Spirit?
But let me show you something.
Okay.
Human beings do have the ability to have multiple personalities in order. Some human beings have multiple personality disorder, but the majority of us have it in order. Now, there might be a disorder, but the percentage is small. It doesn't really affect us like that, right? So yeah, it's natural for me to conclude that you do have multiple personalities, and the personality that you're depicting to me right now might not be the only aspect of your being. Nonetheless, there are certain personalities within human beings that take much more of a grab of their entire character and behavior than other personalities. And personalities that are induced by religion usually stand out in a person's life. So the moment I know your religious personality, I can almost now centralize the core of your character around that. So yes, if you would have come up here without letting me, even giving me a glimpse of what religion you are, then I will be shrouded in doubt as to what type of person you are. But the moment I know what you believe or what you lean towards religiously, you're like a book that I've read 1,000,000 times.
Really?
Of course. You're predictable. All religious people are predictable. In every sense of the word, that predictability is predictable. Like a person only needs to catch their breath, take a brief moment, and listen just a few words, and I can
aren't we supposed
everything that you say.
So we are supposed to be unpredictable people?
What gives power to the wind? You never know where it's coming and where it's going. That's why you can't stop it. Isn't that what gives power to the waves? Unpredictability is at the key of any powerful force, power, or entity.
No, the powerful force, the most powerful force is God, though. That's what I'm saying.
If God is a powerful
That's what you're not understanding.
Listen. If God is a force that you consider powerful, that makes God unintelligent because forces don't possess intelligence.
Well, can I share a story with you about myself that happened to me before I was at walking age? And then you tell me how this happened. May I please?
Can you do it in less than 20 seconds?
Oh, Jesus. Well, no, actually, I was in a walker, okay? Now listen.
How much time do you need?
Not much. I was in a walker. My mother went into the home and got Why are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen?
No,
I need you to help me.
How much time do you need?
Like maybe 5 minutes, if that. Not even that.
5 minutes is too much, but I'll give you 2.
Okay, then you start counting. I was in a walker and my mother went in to get clothes out of the laundry. She heard me crying. She could not find me. I was upside down. I'd say hanging out of my walker, 7 feet, 10 feet. I'm very high. I was young. I was too young. My mother told me the story. Now, I did not fall out of that walker. How in the world, if I'm hanging out, my whole body is my little infant is hanging out. If there was not somebody keeping me in there, why didn't I die? Why didn't I fall out and die? The walker was literally totally upside down, caught on the post of the porch, a balcony post. And I was hanging out. My mother, she was all worked up because I was hanging out. Now, who was keeping me there? Why didn't I fall on my head? Why didn't I split my head? Why didn't I? If there was nobody there. Gravity?
Yeah, there's something called center of gravity. So yes, you might have been hanging.
Oh, honey, no. It wasn't gravity. Gravity would have pushed me down. Gravity would have put me down.
No, that ain't how gravity works. I'll show you how it works. So check this out, right? So yeah, you might have been hanging over, but the majority of the weight of the basket and you, more of that weight was still on the solid structure. That's why.
Look, I was a thick baby. I was a fat baby. So I weighed more than that walker. Let me tell you that right now.
All that chubby weight was on the stable side. So that's not a miracle. That's just science. That's just.
I'm telling you, no. I'm saying I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That's
but you know what?
That's unfortunately where you're mistaken. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I will never stop you from doing it. But we still know the facts. So your belief don't define the facts. Your belief define how you feel. Your beliefs don't define.
Well, sweetie, facts are different than truth, okay? Facts are different than truth. And I just want to thank you. Now, if you will, I am going to excuse myself from here because I want to thank you for giving me the time to speak with you. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that you have given me this opportunity. So you have a wonderful day, and I guess we all will realize and we all will know the truth one day.
We already know the truth right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, we do. You're
Not
the
yet.
only one who hasn't found out yet.
What?
It doesn't exist.
Well, how about when you die, if you die before me, you come back and you tell me how it went.
That's the whole point of death. You don't go anywhere. You don't come anywhere.
Now, wait, some people believe in reincarnation. Come on.
I told you, you're allowed to think whatever you want to think in your head. It's okay.
My head?
Yeah.
Well, of course, we all have a mind. We can think in our minds, but our hearts are different. Our spirits are different.
It don't change the reality. When the person dies, all that is left is dead meat that we either put in the ground or we cremate.
But listen, I followed you, and I'm gonna want to talk more of you outside this live. Okay? Can we do that?
Sure, feel free.
I would love to. It would be an honor. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. You're very welcome, and you have a wonderful day.
It's always fantastic.
And thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
When you go black, you ain't never gonna go back. You better be careful now. Better be careful now. Cause once you go black, you ain't never going back. You better be careful now. Oh yeah, you better be careful now. Once you go black, you ain't never going back. So you better be careful now. Better be careful now. Oh yeah, you better be careful now.
Hello.
What's up, bro? What you got for me?
What's up, man? So I scrolled across your live. It says stop believing in God, and your belief in God is making you depressed. How do you say that God is making people depressed?
Anybody that gets up in the morning and have to pray to an imaginary friend, bro, their depression has reached the point of hallucination, especially when they're asking for the same thing, they never get in it, and they still can't stop praying for it, bro. Like religious folk been praying for peace on earth for a long time, and they're so depressed to find out that it ain't working.
So one second. So you
Bro,
say that
you know any normal human being, they're gonna stand up and begin to talk to the wind and tell the wind to stop, but the wind ain't stopping, but they just keep asking the wind to stop.
well,
Think
then how
about
do
it,
you
bro.
think like if you think about it, right? The world we live in, everything was made, right? We didn't just come from fucking thin air. You know what I mean?
It's
So
not that
like,
we didn't, it's not, bro. Actually, you made a false problem there. It's not that we didn't just come from thin air. It's that you don't know how we came from thin air. So you shouldn't. As far as where we came from, anything is possible, right? Yeah, maybe your God made the world, or maybe He didn't. But what we do know is that we're here. So we're gonna ask questions that is relevant to our present moments, questions that we have the ability to answer and find a real answer, questions that don't leave us with speculations and imaginations, right? People who are trying to figure out where we came from, as though if you suddenly knew where we came from, it's gonna change your life. Bro, how does it change your life if God doesn't exist? You're gonna do exactly what you do every day now.
not necessarily. No, I pray to God every night, and God guides me on the path to my success. You know, if I didn't
Bro,
have Jesus, then I'd
bro.
be sitting in the same place I was 5 years ago, sitting nowhere, broke, no purpose, and depressed. And I don't think God brings depression. As a matter of fact, God has helped me
Yo,
get out of
cuz,
depression.
yo,
You know what I
cuz,
mean?
yo, cuz. You say you pray every night?
Yeah, every night.
What you pray for, bro?
What do I pray for? I pray for my blessings, God helping me through life and guiding me on my
So
path.
let me ask you a question, bro. You don't think God heard you the first time you asked Him for them blessings, then now you got to keep asking Him every night? Bro, I mean, how many times you got to ask your God for something for Him to
I
hear
don't
you?
have to ask God. I pray to God for the blessings He has given me without me asking because He knows where I need to go on my path. No,
Don't God already know that you're grateful? Don't He already know your heart that you're grateful? Why you got to be?
that
Don't He
I'm
already know?
grateful.
I mean, if you're praying God for blessings, all you gotta do is do it one time. If you want to tell God thank you, all you gotta do is do it one time, right? Like you don't gotta, bro. Like why you doing it over and over? Like you ain't sure that God heard you the first time. What I think is that, bro, you're not sure that God heard you the first time. So when you prayed for God for blessings last night, you went through your day, and then you were like, man, just in case God didn't hear me, I'm gonna put in another prayer. You know, it's like gambling, bro. You keep flipping the coin, hoping you're gonna win the lottery.
That's not necessarily how that works neither.
But it
Gambling's a sin.
is. It
It's not.
is.
You can't compare gambling to religion. That's not how that works.
Bro, check this out. It actually practically is. Every time you're hoping for a blessing, you have no idea of the place, the time, and the moment when you're going to get that blessing because it's going to be a random place at a random time in a random moment. That's how gambling works, bro. You pick a number and see when you're going to win. It's not like your God has the ability to say, hey, God, I need some money on Monday, like Monday night. And then your God give you exactly what you need. And then next week, you're like, hey, God, I need a new car. But next week, and then your God don't answer. Y'all like to say God's time is the best. You know why? Because you don't got no control over the timing on when them blessings come because you gambling. That's
Well,
how gambling works, my good brother. I'm not saying this to be insulting to you. I hope you understand
no,
that, bro.
I understand completely.
That is the practicality of your solution. That's why I said to you, bro, what would change if you start believing in God? Let me tell you, bro. If you start believing in God right now, the first thing you're gonna understand is that damn, everything that happens to me is my responsibility.
It is.
So first of all, the second thing you're gonna do is you're gonna put your expectations in check. You're gonna be like, yeah, man, like since I don't got no supernatural power to back me up, I'm not gonna go chasing things that are unrealistic. I'm gonna focus on what I can do, and if I get more resources, then I'll do more with the more resources that I have. So if I have $1,000, I'm gonna try to make 2,000. I ain't gonna try to make $1 million with $1,000. No, I'm gonna try to make 2,000. Once I get to $2,000, I'm like, okay. I've already proven to myself that I can double my money, right? So I'm gonna try to get 4,000. When I got 4,000, then that's realistic. But if I had $1,000 and I can't wait to be a billionaire, bro, what the heck am I gonna do with $1,000 that's gonna make me a billionaire? That's unrealistic, because guess what? Even if I make 100,000, I wouldn't be satisfied, because I've set my mind on 1 billion.
Fair
Listen,
point.
think about it. If I have $1,000 and I set my mind on 1 billion, even if I made 100 million, I will not be satisfied.
But money is all just physical. It's all this stuff in this world. Money is great, but that's not the reason we're here. Like, I guess, of course, I want money. I want to be rich. I want to be successful. I want to retire my mom. But I won't be able to do that without the Lord, without praying to the Lord, telling him, I know I fucked up a lot in my life. I messed up a lot. However, if I keep grinding and I keep going onto this path, I just want you to help guide me on the way of where I want to go. You know what I mean? And it's nice to be able to speak to somebody every night, because a lot of us have the.
No, but bro, but in reality, you're not speaking to someone else. Let me tell you something. What you just said out of your mouth, bro, is actually not wrong. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing to do. The only thing that has fucked you up is what you think you're doing. If you knew that you were speaking to yourself, then everything you just said would be practical. Because I do that. I'm like, damn, Tezok, you overtalked that boat. And now, out of all the 300 and something mechanics in this company, you're the one that has to take it out. Now you're struggling. You know what? Next time, I'm going to make sure I talk it right. Hey, I've made some unwise choices in my life. At least, none of the consequences was enough to kill me. So I have definitely learned my lesson. I talk to myself. I ain't talking to God.
So, if you don't believe in God, then you know God. Like, you've read the Bible, even maybe in the book of Revelation. So you're educated, right? You're educated on how, what it says in the Bible.
Let's just put it this way, bro. I know the Bible better than you 100 times over.
Well, maybe you do. But
No, it's not
if
maybe.
you go,
It's not a maybe. You can take my word for it. I know it better than you.
all right, confidence is key. If you do, good for you. However, these prophets have written up the Bible, and we have the book of Revelations. I don't know the numbers like you do, you know the fine print. However, if you fast forward to the day and the current events that are happening in our world, you don't think God is real. You think that some man, some wise man, thousands of years ago, you think this
As a
man knows
matter of
everything that's going to happen.
practicality, with as much honesty as is humanly possible, bro, there is not a single thing scripted on the pages of the Bible that is actually happening in our world. That's what I'm trying to bring you attention, bro. You guys have been convinced that you're living somewhere that you're not. That is why life is tough for you, bro. That's why you got to keep asking God for help, because you don't realize that in the real world, you actually got more control than you think, because you're not nerfed. In the real world, bro, you're not a sinner. In the real world, bro, you don't have to apologize to God for honest mistakes that you made. In the real world, bro, you don't have to feel like shit because you looked at a woman and you desired her in your heart. In the real world, bro, you are simply a man. And everything that happens to you is common to men. And many men have been through a lot of what you've been through, that you have an unlimited amount of experiences you can run simulations and learn from, without having to feel burdened by the need to please a deity or a fear of a devil. No. In the real world, you will suffer. You will endure pain. But even that would not last. For at times you would be happy, and sometimes you would have joy. But even that would not last, because ultimately, sadness wins. Sorrow wins. You would die. People don't jubilate at death. Death brings sorrow. It only brings sorrow. That's the true nature of life. Now that you understand that, you now know what you are working with. You now know, okay, I can make, this is what I got. Okay, I'm gonna make something out of what I got. At the very least, I ain't gonna take nothing with me, so I'm gonna leave a legacy behind for my young son, for my young daughter. You know what?
I understand. I understand your beliefs.
That is freedom. That's not a belief. That is how the world works. I'm a realist, bro. I'm not an atheist or a theist. I'm a realist. That
Well,
means
no,
that.
really. So, like, you trust what you see. You don't trust what men say. Like, you don't trust science.
No,
Do you
no,
trust
no, no,
science?
no. I trust anything that can be observed independent of human opinion.
So you trust anything that could be? I don't even know what the fuck you just said. Okay.
Anything
However,
that can be observed independent of human opinion.
okay, so something that you could observe yourself, away from a human opinion. Yeah.
Anything that can be translated into practical application. There's two types of knowledge, bro. Somebody will give you a bunch of knowledge that you can't do shit with it. Another person can give you a knowledge on how to build an empire. The
No, I
difference is
understand.
the knowledge that you can build an empire is practical. That's why it's real. The knowledge that just entertains you and you do nothing with is just fiction. That's the difference.
Oh
Miracles and
man.
walking on water, raising the dead, those are all fictional stories, my good brother.
Yeah, I understand your beliefs. However, man, I do have work tomorrow. I hope you do find God, and if you don't, God bless you, man. But
And
you should really look for
and
God, man. I don't
and
know
I
what
hope
happened to you, but no, God's watching you.
thank you
But I
for
gotta go.
wishing me well, bro. I hope you find Joe Biden and may Donald Trump bless you too, okay?
All right, God bless, brother.
And Donald Trump bless you too, my good brother. Get some rest. Don't forget to pray before you go to sleep.
I won't.
You gonna talk to your imaginary friend before you go to sleep? Hey, I know some of you guys have never heard this, but it's called legalized madness. Legalized gibberish. They have legalized the act of being self-delusional. I am not going to regret a single thing. There is nothing that's going to happen to me in this world that will not happen to you with all your belief. You can believe like a mountain and your fate would be just like mine. You are just trying to convince yourself that you're special. You think that you believe in God, so you're special? You're not special. You're just a man with a bunch of imaginary ideas in your head. There is nothing you can do with your God that people haven't done better without your God. That's what's real. That's the real world. Of course you don't like what I'm saying because you're just a fan. You're a fanatic. A fan, F-A-N. You know fan is a short form for fanatic, right? You're just a fan of your religion. You're just a supporter. You're a spectator. Don't you go to church every Sunday and sit on a chair and let some man talk to you? You're not an active participant. You're a spectator in your own religion. And you don't want to lose. I get it. Human beings don't like losing. But my words are true. And the cut sharper than a double-sided razor blade. Right now, I know that even in your stomach is turning. You can feel the contractions. My words are making you uncomfortable. Some of you have cursed me in your mind. Some of you look at me and you think all types of evil thoughts against me when all I have done was tell you the truth of the world as it is. Stop believing in God. Your belief in God is the source of your depression. If you keep consuming the same thing that is making you sick, you will remain sick. You know how a drunk, right, thinks that he needs to drink more in order to get better. Right? A drunk who thinks he has to drink more in order to get better. Nobody, you're not going to get better if you drink more. You have to sober up. And sobering up is hard. It is hard to quit drinking cold turkey. It is hard to stop doing drugs cold turkey. That first step is difficult. You are drunk with your religion. You're addicted to those religious stories. Stepping out of it is hard. No one ever said it was going to be easy for you. But it gets easier with time. It certainly does. Yeah? What's my thing? Let me see. God damn, I've only been on for 3 hours. That's crazy. It feels almost like I've been online for like 5 hours, but it's only been 3 hours. Okay, let's do it. What time is it? Let me see what time. Let me see. It's only 10. So I could roll a little bit. All right, let's try to make it quicker, y'all, so everybody can
Hey,
come. Other people.
thank you
What's
for
up?
allowing me to come up. I just wanted to know why can't they understand logic, logistics? Like you literally put the facts in front of him and he still didn't take that. Why what is the origins of it?
So the human brain, when it's not affected by its circumstances, operates in a natural state of logic, right? But when a human being is overwhelmed, when your state of mind is overwhelmed by your circumstances, it impedes your ability to think logically. That's why. So yes, all religious people have been hyperactively emotionalized.
Was
Just
it
watch,
due?
just observe the religious rituals.
Hmm.
Listen, when they go to church,
Yeah.
it's like when you put air in a tire. You're compressing that air so the tire can ride for a while until it depressurizes.
Hmm.
So the religious bullshit, it's like the emotion. They pump the emotions into them and inflate them. So they're like little balloons of emotions ready to burst. That's why when a religious person actually realizes they cannot get along with you, they explode. Like the change is almost drastic. The change is so drastic. Like the way they change, you forget for one moment that they represent Jesus.
Facts. Right. So does this like originate from like slavery because they
Oh
weren't
no,
allowed to
oh no,
read?
oh no. It's not slavery. It precedes slavery. A long time ago, somewhere in the history of mankind, some human beings figured out that they could domesticate other human beings the same way they do with domestic animals.
Right.
And religion was what came out of it. Religion is the science of domesticating humans.
Okay.
So yes, if you want to keep a human being in his cage, make sure he only runs around the yard that you put for him. Give him a religion.
Hmm.
He will
Okay.
never cross the boundary.
So do you believe in like energy, like morals,
No,
morality? None of that?
nothing is worthy of belief in this world.
Yeah.
Nothing in this world is worthy of belief. So I'm not compelled to believe anything.
Okay.
So I say I believe nothing.
All right. Thank you
But
for talking to me.
everything
That's
is
all I
worth
wanted.
knowing. Everything is worth knowing.
So you know there's morals and morality and
Morality is a code of conduct. Conduct is behavior. That's simply what morality is. How should I conduct myself? I want to conduct myself in a way that facilitates my survival. So that's my morality. I do whatever I need to do to survive. And anyone who's not going to do whatever they need to do to survive will go extinct.
Mhm.
Your morality should be governed by your need to survive. If your morality is governed by your need to please a deity, even at the expense of your own survival, you would go extinct.
Mhm.
It's not rocket science.
I got you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Venus, I see you humming by like a humming bee. If I make no sense, it's because your sensors don't work. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with the information, but something is wrong with the sensors. So yeah, if what I'm saying right now doesn't make sense to you, check your sensors. Some wires are crisscrossed. What's up, Veronica?
Good morning, sir.
What you got for me?
Why do you say there is no God?
Because in reality and in fact, outside of human opinions and feelings, there is no God.
So how are you here?
My father and my mother did the holy dance under the plantain tree.
Your mother and your father did the holy dance.
under the plantain tree. Don't forget the plantain tree. That was very important.
Okay.
In Nigeria, they call it knacking. My father and my mother did the knacking. Pam pam, pam pala pam, pam pam, pam pala pam.
Well, I can't beat you on your thought or what you believe, but I know that there is a God.
If you knew that there was a God,
Yes, I know that there is a God.
you would provide evidence.
The Bible teaches us that there is a God, and by nature, you looked around and you see that there is a God. You feel the wind blow, you see the tree grows, all the things that comes natural, they're all from God.
So what I'm telling you today is that the Bible taught you wrong, and all the things you see around you are indeed here, but they are not a product of a God.
Yeah, you can only tell me that, but I will not believe what you say. There is nothing that you talk I'll
I don't need to
believe.
tell you that in order to make you believe that. I'm just telling you that if you're so big about reading books, you should do yourself a favor and read every book written by human beings. Don't just pick and choose. And if you read one book written by human beings and you assume that
No. There is only one book that I can read that lead me to Christ, and that's the Bible.
It's not about, you see, that's your problem. You think that what's most important is to be led to someone. No, what's more important is to know the real truth, regardless of how comfortable or uncomfortable it is, even if it requires you unlearning what you previously thought was true. What is most important is if you want to know the real truth, then you would investigate all the sources and you will never limit yourself to even one source.
So these books that you are introducing for me to read, who write them?
The same people who wrote the one that you wrote, you read? People.
No.
People with opinions. The people who wrote the Bibles had opinions. The people who wrote the Quran had opinions. The people who wrote the Mahabharata have opinions. If you are a fair...
Yeah, but who inspired those people? The person who wrote the Bible were inspired by God. But those who wrote those books, who inspired them to write that book?
Veronica, relax. Anybody who is just will never judge a case until they have seen all the facts. If you want to know the truth about the world, and you're going to go through a medium of what people have said, you should listen to what everyone has to say before you pass your judgment. If you pass a judgment before you've heard everyone out, you are unjust, you are biased, and you are probably wrong, because there's chances that out of billions of information, you think that there's not information out there that could have a more reasonable explanation to where the world came from. The Muslims wrote...
There is no better information than the Bible.
Veronica.
Let me answer the question. After you die, where will you be?
Veronica, have you read the Quran?
No, and I'm not interested.
Okay, good. Of course you're not interested. That's part of religious sickness. What religious sickness does is it induces a state of ignorance and a lack of desire to educate yourself even further, right? Now, let me ask you another question. Have you read the whole Bible from Genesis to Revelation in order?
No, not in order, but I know I've done all the scriptures, all the book, but not in order.
Have you read the entire Bible?
Yes, I do.
What was the name of Esther's husband?
Esther's husband, don't remember right now.
Oh, you don't remember right now? Okay, good. No, forget about that one. Who was the name? What was the name of the king that came and conquered Babylon in the days of Daniel, right before the angel appeared to him?
Don't remember right now, but I know I read it.
King Cyrus. You don't know that, huh? Okay, fine. So let me ask you, what was the name of the disciple who replaced Judas?
The name of the disciple, Matthias. Oh.
Huh? You can Google it even if you're that fast. Matthias. It was Matthias.
Matthias. Yes, I said it, but it didn't come
How many
out.
chapters does the book of Jude have?
Pardon me?
How many chapters does the book of Jude have?
Just one.
What book comes before the book of Jude?
James. Remember James.
I can hear somebody whispering in the background. First, second, and third Peter. Now,
Yeah.
question, okay? Are you listening?
What did you say?
I'm going to ask you another question. Are you the sheep of Christ?
Pardon me?
Are you the sheep of Christ?
A follower of Christ.
That's not what I asked. I said, are you the sheep of, is Christ your shepherd?
A child of God.
Is Christ your shepherd?
Yes, he is my shepherd.
Are you his sheep?
Yes, I am one.
What do shepherds do with sheep?
He cares for them. He protects them. He feed them. He watch over them.
Why?
So that they don't go astray.
But what do shepherds do with sheep though, eventually?
I don't hear you.
Sister, you know how the animal kingdom works? When a human being has sheep, what do they do with it?
They care for the sheep.
Why do they care for the sheep?
So that they don't go astray, they don't hungry, they don't led away.
Wow. So you really don't know what happens at the end?
What happened at the end?
That is why you are a sheep. A sheep is only good for two things: wool and meat. Every sheep goes to the slaughterhouse. On the farm, every domestic animal has its own function. The sheep only has two functions: to keep the shepherd warm and to fill his stomach. Out of every animal in this world, your Bible could have used any animal to describe you. He chose a sheep. You think those human beings who wrote the Bible were fools? They could have used any animal. They could have said, you are a horse. Christ is your shepherd and you are his horse. Because human beings don't even eat horses. We only eat horses if necessary, right? He could have even said you are his donkey. He could have said you are his goat, or maybe a cat or a dog. He chose a sheep.
Because a sheep is humble.
No, a sheep only has two uses to a shepherd, and a shepherd takes good care of that sheep because he's going
A
to.
sheep is humble, so that's why we are described as a sheep. You must be humble before him like a sheep.
A sheep is not humble. A sheep is gullible. That is why a sheep follows the sheep in front of him. Even if that sheep in front of him is going into a ditch or going over the mountain, he will also go over that mountain. A sheep does not have the intelligence to see the other sheep going over the mountain, then turn around. That is why Christ is, when they say that Christ is a sheep to you, they're telling you that your brain is useless to you. Stop using your brain. Christ has to direct everything you do. But since Christ himself doesn't show up, that's why you have pastors. Pastors are called shepherds, right? Have you ever asked yourself who gave those men the audacity to call themselves shepherds when everybody else is a sheep? So you want to know who is really your shepherd? Your pastor, not Christ. Christ is not real. The human being that you submit to, that you call your pastor. In Africa, you guys even call them daddy, papa, daddy.
You need to be transformed. You need to change, man.
He's milking you.
You need to change. You need to transform. There is nothing that you're talking makes sense.
Because, like I said, a sheep's brain don't work. So I wasn't expecting what I'm saying to make sense to you now. Come on. I already know you're a sheep.
Nothing that you're talking don't work, sir. So have a good night.
My sister, please don't be offended if you thought I was trying to make sense to you. No, you said to me.
No, there is nothing that you can say to change me, sir, or to believe what you believe.
That's the whole point. You cannot change a sheep. You have already condemned yourself to sheepery. I was just letting you know that your destination is the slaughterhouse. Thank you for your time, okay? Just in case you didn't know, that's where sheep go. Especially sheep who have read the Bible. Incroyable. You know, en français, on dit incroyable. C'est tellement incroyable. Oh, je comprends pas.
Hello.
Surtout avec les femmes. Hello, Kayla. What you have for me?
Hi. So I'm just okay. Obviously I disagree with everything you're saying. And I just want to address everybody in this live that don't listen to anything that he's saying because he's doing the works of the devil, clearly. He's trying to lead you astray.
Oh, beloved, why dost thou strangle me when I have done you no harm?
And also, how is it that you know all these things about the Bible if you don't believe?
Because I was a Christian for 25 years and I was a real Christian, unlike some of you who are fake.
So you were a Christian.
Of course, I was a real Christian, so I graduated. It's not my fault that some of you guys can't graduate. You really think that Christianity is the only source of knowledge from which you're not supposed to graduate from? You're supposed to be lost in it your whole life? Any school of study in this world, any amount of knowledge, at some point you become a master of it. So I had a choice. When I became a master of Christianity, I had a choice. I could go on and be a pastor and use my knowledge to get what I want, or I could tell people the truth. Every human being that has gotten to the point that I am had to make that choice as well. Some went on to be pastors and they're very successful. Look at Joe Austin. You think Joe Austin is a fool? Joe Austin understands the psychology of using the Bible to exploit the gullibility of Christians. And then he knows that they will give him the money. If he tells you what, listen, as a Christian, if I started saying Jesus right now, if I started saying Jesus and saying all the good things about Jesus, you guys will give me all your money.
It's not about money.
You will empty your pocket, but it is about money. The fact that you don't know that is kind of strange to me. If I can pay my bills and send my kids to school and pay for my health care, what does it matter if you say it's not about money? It is about money.
So you're telling me that's why you stopped being a Christian?
Because for me, it wasn't about money. That's why I stopped being a Christian, because it makes no sense for a black person, first of all, to be a Christian. It makes no sense. For you to be black and be a Christian, there is no way you know more than 500 years of black history. Any black person that has a sufficient solid foundation of black history going more than 500 years, if you even got, like, let's just even stretch it and say you got 2,000 years of black history, there is no way in this world you can be a Christian. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. Every black person who is a Christian has a historical handicap. And they also have at the core of their being an identity crisis. I don't know where she went. I'm going to bring up the next guest.
Ilford. This is the train to Paddington.
Too much noise, brother. Too much noise. Too much noise, bro. Next guest. Unfortunately, some of you guys have been programmed. When you hear me saying it, you think that I'm doing Satan's. What Satan? Do you see any Satan here? Am I not a human being just like you, talking out of my own mouth?
Bakanga, what's up, man? Long time no speak.
Long time no speak, bro. You have to convince yourself that what I'm saying is from Satan, because you know that what I'm saying is true. And if what I'm saying is really from a human being, then you are compelled to listen and consider my words. So you have to justify your inability to listen to me by saying it's from Satan.
T-Money.
That way you can naturally dismiss it.
T-Money, I'm wondering, brother, if there was anything that happened, did anything, because I know you're a really smart dude. I've known you for a while now. We talked back in the days, but you're too popular for me now. But you're a really smart dude. I'm wondering, did something happen? And I don't even mean, really bad, but I'm saying something must have happened, like that there's a hatred, right? You really hate religion.
I wish I did.
You don't hate it?
Bro, how could I hate when I don't love? You understand that love and hatred are two sides of the same coin, right? I'm incapable of hating anything because I don't love anything.
No, I mean,
Listen, I am naturally incapable of hating because I don't love. That's what I gain by not loving the way you guys think love is.
Do you hate anything?
No,
You don't hate nothing.
no. I see the world in fortune and unfortunate, misfortune.
You don't hate some real evil people out there?
Why should I waste my time hating someone that I cannot change?
Oh, I see. You're saying even love isn't real, right? There's no such thing as love either, even.
Hate is like this side of the coin, and love is like the other side of the coin.
You're saying
get
they're
rid of
both
the
fake.
coin- if you get rid of the coin, you don't need the coin. So
So
the heads and the tail have no value to you. You know what I value?
I'll try to find something that you do love. You don't love sex?
Sex brings me pleasure.
You don't love that?
No,
You don't hate it, right? But you
no,
don't love it, you're saying.
no, but it brings me pleasure.
How about
Real good pleasure.
drugs? You love drugs?
No,
Do you hate them?
no.
That's also neutral for you, huh?
Say that again?
That's also neutral for you? There's no love or hate for drugs.
No, I'm not neutral.
You said you don't love it, you don't hate it. That has to be neutral.
But you really think that love and hate are the only spectrum of measuring desire? There's no way you're that gullible, my good brother.
No, love and hate are there is a spectrum in between.
Pleasure and displeasure. Pleasure and displeasure. If something pleases me, I am inclined to it. If something displeases me, I am uninclined to it. I don't need to specifically feel any type of emotions towards it other than the fact that does it satisfy the needs that I want or no. It's not a matter of my emotions. Always, no.
Well, I like what you said right up there, right? You're saying my belief in God is making me depressed, right?
Of course.
You're right in that. Now, do you think an atheist's lack of belief in God is giving them the same false hope I have?
I'm not an atheist, so I don't speak on behalf of atheists.
Yeah, but you lack belief, right? You don't believe in God, right? That means you're an atheist by definition.
Do you think that everyone who lacks belief is an atheist?
Lack of belief in God, yes. That's the meaning, that's the basic definition of atheist.
Does that
Lacking
mean every
belief in
baby
God.
in the world that is younger than the age of 1 year old an atheist?
Now, that's not belief, that's adolescence.
Lack belief. They lack belief. Those are human beings who lack belief.
No,
Does
they
that
lack
make them,
they lack
does that make them
abilities.
atheists?
No, they lack abilities. Don't take that.
Bro, do those babies lack belief by definition?
They lack intelligence, brother. That's a really bad comparison.
Brother, I understand it, but I said to you that I'm not an atheist. And you said to me, by definition, I am an atheist, right?
What does atheist mean?
An atheist is a person who believes that God doesn't exist.
No, that's anti-theist. An atheist.
Listen, an atheist, that's what I'm telling you. That's why you guys don't get it. Yes. So atheists are actually anti-theists. Theists.
No, because there's agnostic atheists. Most
You
atheists.
cannot be an agnostic atheist.
There is. How are you going to tell me?
You cannot be an agnostic atheist, right?
No.
Listen, I'm going to show you. It's not practical. It's not practical.
This is how they claim to be agnostic, right? They say I'm atheist.
Honestly, let me show you, okay, bro? There is heads and there is tail. This side is a theist and this side is an atheist. They're both believers.
So again, you're neutral again. Even to God, you're neutral.
I am a realist. So I don't establish reality based on belief. I establish reality based on what is independent of belief.
Does God exist?
Anything which is true, independent of belief, is also independently observable outside of belief.
So does God exist?
No.
Then you are an anti-theist.
You can call me whatever you want to. I'm a realist because realistically, you cannot show me God within the real world. Can you show me God anywhere?
No. Realistically, you can't disprove God, right? Using science. No, using science, using the same standards of science, you cannot.
I can disprove God in so many ways.
You cannot disprove God in
I can
science.
disprove God in
Science.
so many ways.
Can you do it in science and physics?
Of course.
Do it.
Okay. In every force in nature has an opposite. Every force in nature. There is no absolute forces in nature. There's no absolute powers in nature. every power is counteracted. And then fire and water don't have the same source.
So now what you're saying,
Listen, you said you have
I already got your rebuttal, but go
within
ahead.
the basic spectrum of mathematics, all things come from nothing and spread out towards infinity. Positive and negative infinity.
Incorrect. You made so many mistakes as far as physics is concerned. One, nothing doesn't exist in physics.
Bro.
Nothing doesn't exist.
Bro, listen again to my statement. All things come from nothing and expand towards infinity.
No, science and math and physics does not say that. Zero.
Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. What is the first number?
I'll tell you this. What is the factorial value of the
Brother,
first number?
what is the first number?
What is the factorial value of the first number?
Answer my question. What is the first number?
The factorial value of 0 is 1.
Brother, what is the first number?
1.
Is 0 a number?
I just told you the factorial value
I
of
did
0
not
is
ask you
1.
for a factorial value.
Because you don't know
I am pretty sure your ears heard my questions very clearly, and somewhere within your intelligence, you chose to ignore my question
Look,
and made up your own question and answered your own question.
Relax. I'm not trying to get you mad.
What
I'm answering you honestly.
the first number on the number line?
I'm answering you honestly. Don't get mad.
On the number line, what's the first number?
1.
Is 0 a number?
I just told you no. It's a factorial value. It has a factorial value, but 0 literally means nothing.
Brother, 0 is not a number?
0 is a lack of number. It's the atheist of numbers.
0 is not a number. You're sure, right?
It's the atheist of numbers. It's the lack of numbers.
I'm putting it on the screen, right? When I put up on the screen that 0 is a number, do yourself a favor and just drop, okay? Because I don't want to
What is
embarrass
0?
you. Brother,
It's the lack of value. No value. That's 0.
Is 0 a number? Yeah or nay? Don't explain.
In calculus, yes, it becomes a number. I told you.
Bro, is 0 a number? Yes or no?
T, I answered you 5 times.
Brother, yeah or nay? Because you're saying too many words, when I just want a direct confirmation, brother. Yeah or nay? Is 0 a number?
Yes, in calculus, it's a number.
It's not calculus, it's arithmetic.
No, arithmetic, 0 is the lack of value. End of story. Don't change that. You disagree with me on atheism.
At what point in mathematics do you begin to draw graphs?
Not at 0, because right when you put a dot there, it's
At what point in
.00001.
mathematics do you begin to draw graphs?
When that graph is drawn, there's value.
At what point in mathematics do you begin to draw a graph?
Wow. At .0000000 infinity 1. How's that? There's value when you put that dot.
Infinity what?
When you put that dot, it becomes a number.
0.
No, it becomes value. It has value.
0.
It becomes an
0.
actual point.
0.
No, an actual point.
You are fighting against reality, bro. You know that we all went to school, right?
No, what you're ignoring.
Know how to count.
You're ignoring basic. You're taking the basic value of 0. You're
Listen,
saying.
Let me show you something. The fundamental of factorial mathematics doesn't even begin until you get to theoretical aspect of mathematics. Because when you're looking at quantification, right? 0. If I have 1 bottle of Gatorade, that's the number 1. That's how mathematics works.
So show me 0 bottles.
Bro, listen.
Show me 0 bottles.
Bro, listen.
Look, you're showing me 0 bottles right now.
Listen.
The lack of value.
Let me
Simple.
finish talking. Are you gonna keep interrupting me, bro? Or you want me to take it?
Go ahead.
How many
1.
bottles is this?
1.
How many bottles is on the screen?
I just told you 0.
How were you able to identify that there's 0 bottles?
0 value.
How were
I
you
told
able
you
to
that.
know that there's 0 numbers on the screen?
So you get mad at me and my answers, but you're ignoring my answers.
Brother, how did you know that there was 1 bottle on the screen?
Answer me, because you're not going to like my answer.
Brother, I don't need to like or hate your answer. I already told you that. It's either you give me the right answer because you know, or you don't give me the right answer because you don't know. Period.
I know. I've answered you 20 times. You don't like my
I don't know.
answer.
Bro, okay, listen, I'm going to show you again. How many bottles of Gatorade is this?
Look, man, we're not in kindergarten. Just speak,
Bro, we are in
speak
bro,
regular, man.
I am literally making it that simple for you. How many bottles is this?
No, then let me take you past high school. Let me take
how
you
many
past
bottles is this?
college.
Bro, if you don't want to answer my question, like I said, leave, bro. I don't want to keep going back and forth with you. How many bottles is this?
You've been going back and forth. Make your point.
How many bottles is this?
Make your point, T.
If you don't want to answer, you can drop. How many bottles is this?
I answered you already. That's one.
I want you to answer me again. It's my show, bro. After all, how many bottles?
One. Oh, that's one, obviously.
Now, how many bottles are on the screen?
0.
How were you able to tell?
My eyes.
That's how I know there's no God. Nye, 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 nye. Show me God somewhere.
Exactly. I
Hey,
told you. I
Max,
told
Max,
you
Max,
can't disprove God using
Max,
science.
Max. Now, show me God somewhere. If not, God is
Okay.
zero.
Perfect.
Zero. If
My
not,
turn, right?
If not, your God is a fact.
You ready?
Period.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
The factorial value of 0 is 1. Nothing can't exist in physics.
You don't have factorial values of zeros within reality, within physics.
Nothing doesn't exist in
There
physics.
is no such thing as the factorial value of zero in physics.
What do you mean? Go look it up, right? What is the
There
factorial
is
value
no
of
such
0?
thing. You cannot put 0 over 0. It's impossible to physically divide 0 divided by 0.
Ah, you came to my next point. Thank
Listen,
you, brother.
listen,
Why can't you divide 0 by 0?
Because it's not realistic. It's not physical.
Try again.
You can divide 1
Try
divided
again.
by 1. You can divide 1 divided by 1.
Try again.
But 0 doesn't have a factorial value.
0 divided by 0 is undefined, because the answer is infinity. It could be 1 through infinity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hold up, bro. Bro, you're full of shit. You
look
said
it
that
up.
you said that the factorial value of 0 was 1. Then you
It
changed
is.
it and said
It
it's
is.
Now you're
Can you
saying
Google
it's
that
undefined.
first before you keep saying this? Because it's obvious, it's basic.
No, you said it's undefined.
0 divided by 0 is considered undefined in today's
Of course
math.
it's undefined because guess what?
Listen.
It's not physical. It's not
Can
real.
I answer you?
You don't need to
0
answer me, bro, because you're biting your tongue. You keep going
Here
in
it
circles,
is.
bro.
I need 10 seconds. 0 divided by 0 is undefined because the possibilities are infinite.
Infinite what?
Infinite. It can, okay, 1 times 1 is 0, right? 1 times 2 is 0. Basically, multiplication is the opposite of division. The reason why you can't do 0 divided by 0 is because the solutions are infinite.
Bro, did you just say 1 times 1 is 0?
1 times 1 is 1. What I was saying was you can't do the opposite of multiplication.
You said 1 times 1 was 0.
No, what I meant to say is 0 divided by 0
Oh, it looks like you
can be 1,
shit that you
can
ain't
be 2, can be 3, because 1 times 0 is 0, right? 2 times 0 is 0, right?
Why is 1 times 0 0?
3 times 0 is 0, right?
Why is 1 times 0 0?
Hold on, I'm not finished. 4 times 0 is 0, right?
Why is 1 times 0 0?
5 times 0 is 0, right?
Brother, why is 1 times 0 0?
It's basic multiplication. You can't
Why?
can't multiply. So what's 0 divided by 0?
Bro, why is 1 times 0 0? Answer the damn question.
1 times 0 is 0 because it's basic multiplication. Now reverse it.
Bro, that's not why. That's what it is, but that's not why. Why is it 0? Why is it that 1 times, if you multiply it 0 times, you get 0?
Exactly. So now what's 1 times 2?
If I take this object and I multiply this object 0 times, why don't I get 1?
What's 1 times 2?
Bro, answer the damn question, bro. If I take this object and I multiply it 0 times, why don't I get 1?
Come on, man. I answered that. It's basic math. It's multiplication.
I want you to explain the concept to me and don't tell me what it is. Explain to me.
I'm taking
show
you
me that
to
actually
calculus.
understand
Do
what
you
you're
know
talking about.
calculus?
Bro, if I take this bottle and I multiply it 0 times, why do I not get 1?
Why do you get 0?
That's what I'm asking you.
You're saying we get 0. Why do we not get 1? That's obvious. Why do we get 0 when you multiply
Why do
that
we not
bottle?
get 1? Why do we not get 1? If you can't answer that question, bro, I'm going to the next guess because I'll give you too much.
Because you're getting frustrated. Why is 1 times 0 0, but that bottle is
you
not
really,
0?
You really think that you're able of frustrating me, bro? Answer the
You're
damn
very
question.
frustrated right now. I'm
Answer
trying to
the
be.
damn question. Bro, listen. Why is it that if I multiply this bottle times 0, I don't get 1? If you don't know the answer, I'm dropping you for ignorance, not for
You
frustration.
can't multiply that by 0
Why not?
because it's how can I put this? It's like an oxymoron.
You cannot multiply by something that's not there.
It's there though. The bottle is there. Hello.
Bro. The bottle is there, but what you are multiplying it times is not there.
Look, I got that, okay? But that analogy you used was way off. That was the worst analogy you could use.
Hey, hold up. You cannot multiply anything by 0 because 0 represents something that's not there. God, like you said, is represented by 0 because it's not there. You get it?
Okay.
It doesn't exist.
That
It's
didn't
undefined.
prove
In
God
mathematics,
doesn't exist to me.
in mathematics, when something is undefined, is the equivalent of it doesn't exist.
Not true.
Yes, it doesn't exist.
T, come on, man. Stop saying that like you're sure.
What is 1 divided by 0?
1 divided, it's also undefined.
It doesn't exist.
Why?
It doesn't exist.
Look,
So
look
listen,
up the definition of undefined.
Listen, we have a mathematical way of telling things that don't exist.
Man, I have mathematicians that could correct you if you want, but you don't want to.
And they still haven't corrected your brain to stop praying to imaginary beings.
You can't disprove it. Disprove it like you said you could.
Bro, I've just proven to you that 0 means nothing and your God is nowhere.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Listen, the
0
same way
is
that you
something.
know, the same way that you know.
You were just
that there
arguing
is
that
no
0
bottle
is
on the
something.
screen.
Now you're saying 0 is nothing.
Max,
Come on,
Max,
T. Work
Max,
with me here.
Max, the same way that you proved to me that there was no bottle on the screen, that is how I prove to you that there's no God in reality.
Exactly. You're using your senses, but that doesn't prove anything because your eyes can't see other things that doesn't exist. So that's the weakest argument. Come on, man. You're using sight.
Hold up. Say that again.
Look, can you look at the sun for a minute?
I have looked at the sun for a minute with sunshades.
You can look, yeah, exactly. You can't look at the sun for 1 minute
But I
straight.
can still see it with sunshades, bro. Even if I use a tooling, as long as I'm still seeing it, I'm still observing. It's still observable.
Okay, can you go next to a hot lava? Can you go into like next to a volcano?
I was in Hawaii. I was next to some hot lava. I even
No, you were next to it, right?
yes,
You,
I was.
you
I
can't.
told you, bro.
Look, my point is, humans can't take looking at direct sunlight. All right, forget your shades. We can't
Yeah,
take
at
looking.
least, listen. Let me give you an example, bro. At least with the sun, you can see it through binoculars. At least with hot lava, you can see it from a distance. Your God, you made that shit up in your head. It's
What did,
imaginary. Your
what
God
did
is
Hawkins?
100% imaginary.
What did Hawkings say when someone asked Hawkins, the atheist?
What anyone said to Hawkins?
What did he say when they said, "What if I showed you God?" He said, "My eyes could be deceiving me."
I don't give a shit about Hawkins. I'm not Hawkins.
Exactly. Well, what I'm telling you is your eyes could deceive you. Maybe there is
Well,
God all around you. You just can't see it.
Maybe your brain could deceive you.
Of course, my brain could deceive me, just
Okay,
like your
so
brain could
told you
deceive
that
you.
God exists. Maybe your brain is lying to you, right? So maybe your brain is
Relax, man. T.
hold on. Maybe your brain is lying to you, right?
Maybe your brain is lying to
Oh
you. It
no,
could
no,
go
no.
both
You're the
ways.
one who's questioning the reliability of our 5 senses. So
This was my point, though, right?
hold on, bro. If you can question the reliability of my eyes, I can see. But my question is, do you question the reliability of your brain?
Of course, I question and research everything.
Okay, good. So there's a possibility that your belief in God's existence, though there is no physical representation of God, could be a brain malfunction.
Possibly, right?
Bro,
Possibly.
it's not possibly. It's really. Thank you for
Well, I see
considering that
characteristics in
that
you
is the
that
best
could
thing
say
you've ever
otherwise
done.
about you.
Bro, it's brain issues, bro. It's mental issues.
Exactly, and drugs also. You gotta. I know you're in Hawaii.
You do
Just lay
drugs?
low on that meth, man.
Bro, you do drugs?
No, I think you do.
Bro, I'm an aircraft engineer. I get tested every week. I cannot do drugs even if I want to.
Come on, man. Meth gets out of your system in 2 days, 3 days.
Bro, I cannot do it even if I want to.
No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Because you've changed since
You
6
don't
months,
need
a
to
year
believe
ago.
it. You don't need to believe it. That's why the reality doesn't depend on your belief. You know what I'm
So
saying?
here's what I got from this, right? Here's what I got from this. That you don't believe in God because it helps you sleep at night, right?
Nah, I don't believe in God because God doesn't exist. I don't need any other reason other than that. I don't
You
need
have no
to believe
proof
in
though.
something which is not there.
Do you believe that you said earlier that everything started from nothing and came and got bigger, right?
I don't know if I said that. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said everything was nothing and
No, I don't remember. You have to
you don't
quote.
remember?
Yeah, you have to quote me in context.
No, I'm paraphrasing. I didn't
But
say.
then again, bro. Unfortunately, even if you were able to quote me in context, I don't know if I can trust you because you said it. Your brain could be malfunctioning. So how do I know that anything that you're saying is not just brain malfunction?
No, forget all of that. I forget insults, forget
I'm
all
not
of that.
forgetting that. It's not insult, bro. I was
Yeah,
serious.
yeah. What I'm trying to do is have a respectful discussion with you, mature, right? I'm not
Bro,
trying
what
to
if you
diss
don't
you.
really mean it and it's really just a malfunction in your brain?
Possibly, right?
Okay, so
Possibly.
I'm willing to measure that. I'm willing to take that chance by being cautious, by just ending the conversation here. That way, there's no need for us to be wasting time. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got you stuck in multiple times. That's why I understand, you know.
Bro, if you think you did, that is literally part of the brain
You were
malfunction.
sweating. Look at your shiny forehead. You were sweating, brother. Come on.
Hey, of course my forehead is shining. Why you got a problem with that?
No, you were getting nervous. I
At
saw
least,
you. You were getting nervous a few times there.
at least I got the confidence to show my forehead on screen. You want to show your forehead on screen?
No, I'm not trying to get too many girls in my DMs. You know, my wife's gonna
Oh,
get a, you know? Come on, man.
exactly. Because your
You
forehead
probably
probably
looking
hanging
for a
out from
side
Trump
piece.
Tower.
You're not married.
Your forehead probably hanging out from Trump Tower.
Hey, come on, man. There's some Trump fans here that like you, so relax. You don't want to get them off your lap.
Bro, you sound to me like a Trumper guy, bro. You sound
No, hell no. Trump, I've been on, but I ain't Biden either. You know, I know both of them are some idiots and some money grabbing politicians tricking everybody.
Hey, bro, just make sure, bro, you get help for your mental issues, okay, my good brother? Thank you for your time. I appreciate
Hold on,
you.
man. Hold on. One last thing. When there was nothing and it expanded into something, something had to trigger it, whether it was intelligent or not. Right?
It was a giant testicle.
It couldn't be one because that'll be your. No, I'm not gonna diss you, ma. All right, brother. Hey, I appreciate the respect, man. Hey,
You're welcome.
we'll talk again, but you know maybe when you have less people, because I know you probably got a bunch of people waiting.
No problem, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, it is a giant testicle. It's part of a testicular cycle of
But
life.
admit, I got you stuttering a couple times.
Bro, you wish you did.
One.
Why did these people make it their mission? Listen, you know what though? I concede that if then you're allowed to try to put me in some type of tough position. You can't, even if you want to, right? He asked me to prove to him that God does not exist. I said, okay, fine. How many bottles on the screen? He said 1. I said, how many bottles now? He said 0. How did you know that the bottle is not there? With my eyes. That's how we know that God doesn't exist. God is not observable anywhere within our reality. It's not rocket science. If you believe in God, you made it up in your head with your emotions. God is made up of your emotions. And those emotions have pressurized your brain and you are in depression. I am here to help you with my sweet and gentle words. I only desire that you be mentally stable, that you stop talking to imaginary friends, that you come back into the real world. I have no ill intent against you. I do not hate you. I don't even hate your religion. I just think it's jacking you up in the brain. It's making you miss out on life. The sooner you realize it, the better it would be. Okay? So please, 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 see through the hostility, see through the agitation. I have your best interest at mind. For more than 2,000 years, you have been lied to. I have found within myself the courage to tell you these things, despite the threats, despite the real dangers of taking such a position at such a time. Don't take my words for granted now. God does not exist. If you believe in God, something is wrong up here. And you know it. You know, you have doubts. You don't even know if you're going to heaven. Every time you think about hellfire, you're not sure if that's where you're going, huh? Every time you think about when the day you die, you don't even know if you're going to go to heaven, huh? You know it. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. I can see to all of you. None of you are sure you're going to heaven. You go around all day long panicking. If you talk to me, I will set you free.
Good morning.
Ooh, I was about to be like too much noise, but go ahead. What's up, Queen?
Oh, I'm on the bus. Morning. I'm listening to you for the whole morning. And you just make me smile. But you know, you have love is not real. Tell me about love. Got me confused.
Love is an unstable emotion, unstably defined, inconsistent, that human beings propagate in order to make themselves feel like they are better than what they actually are. When the emotion that they're really describing is called greed. That emotion that you are feeling when you feel it's love, that's actually greed.
Oh, I'm going to follow you more, but I'm listening to you. So you're saying that God is not real?
I'm not saying it. If you can find God anywhere, please let us know.
Oh. But you used to believe in that, but because you went through everything, you realized that you were fooled. That's what it is?
It's not so much that I was fooled, but that I was born into a false system, into a system that was an artificially constructed system meant to restrict me from thinking, right? Can you imagine if everyone in the world thought the way I thought? There might not even be government. It really might not be
Okay. I'm listening to you, man. But I'm not here to fight no war with you. I'm just here to grow. Yeah, so when a man tells you they love you, it's not real. That's what you're saying.
You want something from you, it's not greed. You want something that you want. Anytime someone says they love you, it's because you have something that they want.
Oh, they want to get between my crotch. That's what it is.
Or maybe they just want you to pay for them.
Oh.
It doesn't always have to just be between your crotch. It's greed.
Okay. You believe in Valentine's Day? Because you know it was happening yesterday. You believe in that?
I don't believe in anything.
Oh. It was nice of you to pop me up because I'm going to work, but I'm going to keep listening to you. But you believe in your belief. All of us have our belief.
Valentine's Day is a day of romance. So you don't really have to love the person you're with, as long as you can enjoy a moment of sexual pleasure with them.
Yeah, I hope you follow me. I hope you follow me. I don't have much out here, but I hope you follow me back because I follow you and I'll see what you believe in. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, have a lovely day and look after yourself now.
You too, I will.
Okay, bye.
Alright. Valentine's Day is not a day of love, it's a day of fucking. If you don't like it, you can fight with yourself. It's a day of romance, sexual stuff, kinky stuff. It's kinky. You do you get her flowers, you make her feel, and then you go out. Right? And then you get up the next day and no more flowers. Any man that buys his wife flowers every day would never think that Valentine's Day is special. Valentine's Day is the day that couples pretend like they haven't been arguing all year long. That's what Valentine's Day is. You just pretend. My partner, I'm not currently in a relationship, but last Valentine's Day I was in a relationship. Actually, my longest relationship. And we have multiple Valentine's Day. I treat her the best way that I can treat her every single day. So there's no specific day that I need to treat her any more better than I already do. So Valentine's Day was always a normal day to sit at home and play video game. And poof. If you disagree with me, you're just one of those people who likes lying to yourself. Why do human beings have to lie to themselves? You don't have to lie to yourself to make yourself feel any type of way. There you go. 32. I got time. Jeez. All of you irresponsible men, I want all of your wives, not just one. You better protect your wife. My superhero name is Tyrone. You see me? When I put on my cape and go out to do superhero work, they call me Tyrone. And I'm here to free your wife. Yeah? African style. Elephant trunk style. Hippo horn style. If you don't like it, you can cry about it. All right, this guest, you're taking too long. Next guest. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, you're not compelled to be here, okay? If you don't want to be here, feel free to leave at any time. Just don't get angry and don't be generating negative emotions. What's up, Doc Dougal?
I was just wondering why so many people follow you and watch you when you can't even love.
Say that again?
I said, I wonder why so many people follow you and watch you when you can't even love. You haven't got the capacity to love.
Because my
So they're
words are
watching
true.
somebody who has incapacity in the brain to love.
I have the incapacity to love, and I also have the incapacity to hate.
Yeah, that's right. So clearly you have
But I am still
distorted
armed with
emotions.
all other virtues. I am still armed with every other virtue: kindness, patience,
Clearly,
gentleness.
your emotions are distorted, and people are watching you
How are my emotions distorted? Because I choose not to
because
harbor an emotion that generates
it's
hatred.
because if you can't love, then you don't know an emotion that 99% of the population feel, which means you must be distorted. You're abnormal.
And that is the emotion that generates
No,
99% of all the problems in society.
but it means you're abnormal.
It's okay. If being abnormal means I don't hate anyone and hate anything, then sure, I'm abnormal.
That means by not loving, you're abnormal because you're abnormal to
Yeah,
society.
yeah.
So I don't know why so many people watch you.
Listen. Of course, because you do you notice how you keep emphasizing on the not loving part when I'm clearly emphatic on you that the reason why there's no need to love is because what you gain is the inability to hate. Because hatred is a bigger problem than love is a solution.
What's the opposite to love?
Everything that you
What's
think
the
you can
opposite to
accomplish
love?
with love, you can destroy with hatred.
What's the opposite to love?
Hatred,
Exactly. So if you can't love, then you must hate.
bro. If I can't love,
Bro,
then I can't hate either. Because the only
no,
way
no,
you
you
know
just
how
said hate was the opposite of love. You just said that hate is the opposite to love.
Yes.
So if you can't love, you must hate. And the thing is, if you can't even love yourself, you are abnormally disturbed. If you can't love yourself, you are mentally disturbed. If you look up this, if you look up a psychology,
if you stop talking, I'll educate you. Every
no,
emotion,
psychology says somebody who cannot love them is abnormally
emotion can
mentally
only be
disturbed.
identified by comparing it to its opposite. So a human being cannot love something unless they hate the opposite of that thing, right? Can you love something and its opposite at the same time?
No, exactly right. You can't do the opposite to
Bro,
love.
answer my damn
At the
question.
same time.
You thought you were smart. Now answer my questions and stop jumping left and right.
I never said I was smart.
Okay, can you
Did I
love
say
something?
that?
Can you
Did
love
did those words say that? Did I say that I was smart? Answer my question. Did I say that I am smart? Answer my question. Did I say that I am smart?
Can
Answer
you
my
love
question.
something
You made a
without making its
statement. You
opposite?
made a statement.
I will only
Hang
ask you
on.
that question one next time, then I'll go to your next guest. If you don't have the
Okay,
basic
you can go to the
concept,
next guest because you
okay,
know
fine,
that you're
go ahead.
defeated. You're defeated. You know you're defeated.
All right. So now let me explain myself now that he's out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how human emotions work. There's a reason why it's called bipolar. Right? Have you ever heard of the word bipolar, y'all? This is how the word bipolar works. Because our emotions are a polarity, too extreme. Every emotion has to work in check with its opposite. You cannot have one without the opposite, right? You only learn how to love, if love is what you guys say it is, by learning how to hate, the opposite of what you love. You cannot generate love without simultaneously generating hatred for the opposite of whatever it is that is making you love or whatever it is that you love. It's natural. That's literally the natural process. You cannot like something and dislike it at the same time. So when you like something, it's only because you dislike the opposite of that thing. Just like you cannot go right and go left at the same time. If you go right, it's because you've chosen not to go left. But you know which way left is. You see what I'm saying? So a person who cannot love, cannot hate. A person who cannot love, cannot hate. But a person who loves must hate. That is why white folks were able to go and destroy Africans while taking African resources to come and feed their own women and children. You know what I'm saying? They love their families so much that they are willing to go to Africa and take away from the Africans men, women, and children as well. Their love for their family made them hate another man's family. If you are fighting a war with someone, you cannot be their friend at the same time. You have to be their enemy. Because you are in conflict. What is the reason for love? In order to overcome hate, right? People love so that they can overcome hate. But what they don't know is that, unfortunately, the more you love, the more you hate. So the only way to overcome hate is to not love. But you still have every other virtue. You can still be patient. You can still be kind. You can still be gentle. You can still have self-control, even if you don't love anything. You see what I'm saying? You can still have empathy and sympathy. You can still be considerate. And yet no feelings of affection. Yet no feelings or affection. You can have all those things and yet you have no affections. Love is addictive and usually translates into hostility once it's lost. Show me a Christian who loves Jesus and also loves the devil. No, your love for Jesus is powered by your hatred for the devil. Oh, ye of small brains, why have thou forsaken your common sense? Yo, TikTok doesn't do me favors, bro. Like it just puts the guest line in disorder. Listen, if you come up here and you want to argue with me, I'll just drop you and still say what I'm gonna say. So if you want to actually talk, try to stay on long enough. Don't let your small, tiny wee-wee cause your brain to stop thinking. Because some of you men, when you come up here, I can tell that you have a small weeby. You know, you from the small weeby club. Swinging your small weeby over here. Bro, we're not competing. Everybody know where Tyrone is from. Jesus saved you from common sense. That's what Jesus saved you from common sense. What's up, Cake? Go straight to your point.
You said what?
Go straight to your point, please.
So, how do you feel as though you can help a Christian be set free? And be set free from what?
First step first. Are you the Christian that needs to be set free?
No, I don't need to be set free from God.
Okay. Oh, I'm not trying to set you free from God just yet. It's a stage. That prison that you're in has multiple gates. So I have to take you to one gate at a time. But let's say for example, okay, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say for example that I was trying to set you free, right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to tell you not to believe in God, but I'll first take you out of Christianity. And this is how I'll do it. By asking you this simple question. Is it possible that God exists even if Christianity is completely false? Is it possible?
Yeah.
Then consider looking for God outside of Christianity. Do you have that courage?
I think that when it comes to Christianity, it should be more of a relationship with God.
I understand. But I'm simply asking you, is it possible that God can exist and Christianity be completely false? Even the relationship stuff all be completely false. Is it realistically possible?
What do you mean by false?
As in, Christianity is all made up. It's a false religion. Completely false. 100%, 99%. All the doctrines, all the dogma, all the characters, all made up. So somebody took God and made a bullshit religion out of it. Is it possible, realistically?
I don't think that for Christianity to not exist, the God that you're speaking of without Christianity wouldn't be the same God that I'm speaking of. Matter of fact, I wouldn't want that type of God that you're speaking of.
What type of God am I speaking of? Because I didn't describe that God. I just said, is it possible that God exists, but it's not a Christian God?
Would Jesus still exist with that God?
Is Jesus part of Christianity?
God is part of Christianity as well. So Jesus would be part of Christianity as well.
Check this out. Oh, man. You know, I'm sorry that I have to do this to you, but unfortunately, this might actually take you out of it right now, if your brain is actually working. Think about it carefully.
Okay.
Whatever attributes you think that God got, almighty, all-knowing, just, powerful, supreme, creator of heaven and earth, divine, is it possible that God do exist, but it is nothing that Christianity has nothing to do with Christianity?
Okay, I'm trying to stay with you. I'm hearing what you're saying, but in my mind,
you can't really
the God.
answer my question without being genuine. That's why I asked you the question. You have to be genuine. You almost are left with no choice but to be sincere.
Okay, so for me to understand truly what you're saying, why do you want to take away Christianity and keep God? Explain that to me so we can get a better understanding.
Because Christianity is the first gate in the prison in which you are locked in. So I need to bring you outside the prison so you can see that there is much more to the world than that prison. And you see how difficult it is, right? I'm literally dragging you. And you
I don't
can't
think
even
that it's difficult.
You are literally so stuck in that prison, you can't even just stroll out just to peep outside. Like, you're scared.
But when you say take away Christianity, there's a God in Buddhism, there's a God in Buddhism, there's a God in the Muslim.
Did I mention any religion? I did not mention anything. I simply
But
said,
Christianity isn't in those. Christianity is taken away from those religions as well. So when I think of no God without Christianity, I think of no God in no Christianity like the
Check this
God
out.
in the Muslims and the
Do you,
Buddhists.
do you know why you think like that, my dear? In the prison of indoctrination, you actually find yourself in solitary confinement. That is why you're struggling with depression.
I'm not depressed, and I don't feel like I'm in a prison.
Check this out. I know you say you're not,
Mm-hmm.
but you know that you are. But you have been told not to admit that that's what it is. So you always make excuses for it. And yet the symptoms are there. That is so easy to fix if you just acknowledge that that's what you are. What is depression?
Isn't depression like a sadness or like a state, like a lack mindset of being, like a sadness or feeling down, stuff like that?
A change of moods, overwhelming anxieties, uncertainty.
I don't deal with anxiety.
Okay, good.
I don't deal with changing of moods.
Okay, good. Let me ask you another question, okay, before we continue on our way out of the prison. If you die right now, are you going to heaven or hell?
I feel like I would, yes.
I didn't ask you what to feel. I'm asking you for the facts. If you die
Do I
right now,
feel like
are you going to heaven or hell?
Yes.
Where?
You said why or when?
If you die right now, are you going to heaven or hell?
I'm going to heaven.
How you know that?
Because I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I repent daily, and I believe that Jesus' blood is strong enough to cover a multitude of sins. So my faith in the sacrifice of Jesus Christ and me living a repenting life, I feel as though I would get into heaven. Do I think I'm deserving? Maybe not. But
And yet the Bible says that a good tree cannot produce bad fruit and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Any tree that produces bad fruit will be hewn down, cut, and thrown into the fire. Matthew chapter 7,
Right.
verse 15. You, my friend,
Right.
do you commit any sin in your life on a daily basis?
I probably
It's not a
sin
probability.
once or twice.
According to Matthew chapter 7 from verse 20, it says, many will come to me in that day saying, Lord, Lord, did we not pray in your name, cast out demons in your name? But surely I will say to them, depart from me, you who practice iniquity. I never knew you. So Jesus' disqualifying factor is not whatever you did to favor him, it's if you practice iniquity. All I need to do is investigate your life. If I find any practical iniquity in your life, you ain't going to heaven. And that means you've lied to yourself. That's another sign of depression. People who are suffering from depression are delusional, right? They convince themselves that they are something that they're not. And they like to make themselves special, even though they aren't. So my question to you is, according to the scripture, Jesus' own words, depart from me, you who practice iniquity. If I should examine your life right now, will I find any iniquity?
God says if I repent of my sins, he will forgive my sins and he will wash them away. And because I live a repenting life and I don't sin purposefully, I wouldn't go down for sin.
For the wages of sin is death, and the gift of God is eternal life through Christ Jesus. Anyone who is in Christ ought to sin no more. If you still sin, you don't got Christ. If you still sin, that means that it didn't work. You're born.
Everybody sins in one point in time. That's why we needed
listen.
a sacrifice
And
like
that is what,
Jesus Christ. Listen.
and
If
that's
we
what's wrong with your religion, right? Because your
can you let me
religion
speak?
is
Just
a
let me
two-
speak for a minute,
is a-
please.
I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak. I promise. I'll let you speak. Your religion is a two-sided standard. It's a two-faced stuff. Because you notice that every verse I give you, you got a counter to it, right?
Where are you getting your verses from, though? Because it sounds like you're getting a lot of these.
I literally have been giving you chapter and verse. You haven't given me a single chapter and verse. Even though I know that you were quoting 1 John 1:9. Because like I said, I do know your Bible better than you. So I'm talking about what I do know.
So you do know that Jesus, his blood covers a multitude of sins. And you do know that if we repent for our sins, God will forgive us and the sin will be washed away. And if you know that I live a repenting life daily, I repent daily of my sins.
You're not supposed to live a repentant life daily.
You are supposed to live a repenting life.
Not according to Romans chapter 6. You are crucifying Christ over again. You're crucifying Christ. Christ dies once and for all. So the transformation happens once and for all. When you're born again, it's once and for all. and the fruits are evident. That's why Jesus said a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. Cannot. So you don't sin sometimes. That's the true power of the transformation of the power of Christ. So you know you got Jesus because you don't sin. If you sin, you don't got Jesus. You are deceived. That's what the book say.
It also says that
something about Christ.
we are sinners.
What is Christ's number one quality? What's the number one thing that set Christ apart from all other human beings? He was perfect. If you're not perfect, you're not like Christ. You're not a Christian. You're not a believer. You're not a follower of Christ.
Perfect, his sacrifice was able to cover a multitude of sin because he was perfect and we are not. That was the purpose of him coming.
You're not.
That's the purpose of him coming and being on the cross. He died for us because he was perfect.
You're right. That's what your religion says.
We needed his sacrifice. We needed him.
You are right. That's what your religion says. But your religion also says that he gives you the spirit of truth, the Holy Spirit. He gives you the freaking Holy Spirit. He literally gives you the third member of the Trinity in you, and you're still sinning, and you don't think something wrong with you?
At the end of the day, we still get tempted, and it says in the word that we're gonna get tempted.
Let me show you what's wrong with your religion, right? How it's just like, you know how people like when someone tell them what they want to hear to make them feel good. They just like to be pampered. They don't care about the truth. They only care about what they just pick and choose whatever make them feel good. That's exactly what you are, right?
You're picking and choosing.
I'll show you this. I'll show you this, okay? Yes, Christ died on the cross, according to the Bible. Yes, he died for the propitiation.
Why did Christ have to die on the cross?
Relax, I'm talking. He died
Can
for the
you answer me, please? Why did he have to come down the cross? Just answer that. Just answer me.
I'm talking now.
Because to know why he died on the cross is to understand why we sin.
I'm talking. Christ died on the cross, right? For the propitiations of the sins, once and for all. The sins of Adam and Eve.
It doesn't say once and it's not saying once and for all, like, oh, he dies and then that's it. You don't have to repent anymore. If you don't repent of your sins, you